everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. Pretend gavel for the record. My name is Gabriela Coletta, District 1 City Councilor, and I'm the chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Government Operations. Today is April 16th, 2024. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcasted on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and FiOS Channel 964. Attendance in accordance with Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2021, modifying certain requirements of the open meeting law and relieving public bodies of certain requirements, included the requirement that public bodies conduct its meetings in a public place that is open and physically accessible to the public. The City Council will be conducting this hearing remotely. This enables the City Council to carry out its responsibilities while ensuring public access to its deliberations through adequate alternative means. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.go@boston.gov and will be made a part of the record and available to all councilors. Public testimony will be taken at the end of this hearing. If you are interested in testifying, please email our Central Staff Liaison, Megan Kavanaugh, at, and I'll spell her email, meghan.kavanaugh, KAVANAGH, @boston.gov for the link, and your name will be added to the list. Today's hearing is on docket number 0642, message in order for your approval of home rule petition to the General Court entitled Petition for a Special Law Regarding an Act Relative to Property Tax Classification in the City of Boston, filed in the Office of the City Clerk on April 1st, 2024. This matter was sponsored by the administration and was referred to the committee on April 3rd, 2024. Today, I am joined by my colleagues in order of arrival: Council President Louis Jean, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Mejia, Councilor Santana, Councilor Durkin, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Fitzgerald, and Councilor Braden. Thank you all so much for my colleagues for their participation and their attendance. I will now go to opening remarks in order of arrival, starting with Councilor Louis Jean, Flynn, and Murphy. Councilor Louis Jean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope everyone had a good long weekend, Patriots Day and Marathon. I want to thank the administration for being here and my colleagues as well. I know that we have a presentation amid, trying to prepare for the future and a series of options, none of them of which anyone is really cheerleading, but wanted to make sure that we are being fiscally responsible and taking into account our taxpayers. So just looking forward to the presentation, and we'll hold my questions for then. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Louis Jean. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a councilor that represents downtown Boston, I'm hesitant and opposed to any measure that would raise commercial property taxes. I'm concerned about whether an increase on commercial property taxes will negatively impact the struggling downtown office market, where over 20% of offices have become vacant. After speaking with business leaders throughout Boston and representatives from the Center for State Policy Analysis at Tufts University, who recently authored a study that indicated Boston's downtown vacant office buildings could decrease in value by 30%. I'm also alarmed by the already struggling development in Boston's real estate and development community. I think we also need to address city spending. I also believe that we need to have city departments, city agencies such as the ZBA, the BPDA back in person to set an example that Boston is open again. Now is not the time to increase commercial taxes or residential property taxes. I will continue to advocate for City of Boston related businesses to be conducted in person, as I mentioned, and also to examine the issues, our revenue sources, and make recommendations on how to avoid this fiscal crisis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Murphy, and then Mejia and Santana, and we've also been joined by Councilor Weber. Councilor Murphy?
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and to the administration. Looking forward to this, I believe is going to be a difficult process and conversation about how do we make sure that we're being fiscally responsible, at the same time not putting an added burden on our downtown commercial real estate and businesses that are already struggling, and at the same time, how do we figure out how to make sure that burden doesn't get passed on to our residents, which we all hear from often, not just our seniors feeling displaced, but taxes are going up and people are having a hard time being able to afford to stay living here in the city. So it's a balance that we have to tackle together. So looking forward to the beginning of, I know what the chair will do a great job having many opportunities to have this conversation and get our questions answered and listening. So looking forward to what you, the administration, has to say this morning, to kind of guide where my questions will go from there. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councilor Murphy. And just as a reminder to everybody, we've been sent the presentation from the administration this morning, which is now available in the folder provided by Megan Kavanaugh, which should be in your inboxes. Councilor Mejia, Santana, and then Durkin.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I just want to first thank the chair for going virtual to allow me during school vacation week to participate in this process. So thank you, Chair, for your willingness to do virtual for school vacation week. Thank you. So I just want to, I'm here to listen and learn. I do have a lot of questions. I worry about this whole idea of pitting different groups against each other, and I am really curious about the moment and the reason why now, and I understand the financial impacts. I am concerned that we're not thinking outside the box and exploring every single tool that we have at our disposal. I'm curious as to why we're not considering looking at our higher ed institutions who occupy so much of our space and get tax, exempt, they don't pay their fair share of pilot taxes. We're not looking at other sources of income. And I want to make sure that whatever we do, we don't have unintended consequences, because businesses really do support the economy. I'm thinking about the workforce. I'm thinking of a lot of things. So I just want to make sure that I understand the complexity of this entire idea so that I can be all in or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Councilor Santana.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you. What we're talking about today really isn't about raising taxes on commercial properties. It's about letting commercial properties pay a little less in taxes without residents having to shoulder all of the burden from decreases in commercial property values. We are having this discussion today because of the impacts of long-term changes in how and where we work. And as we consider our options, I suspect all of my colleagues have heard from community members that the city should tighten our belt, that we need to be efficient with our city budget. And I agree. We must carefully examine our city investments to make sure we're wisely using our limited resources on what matters the most. And that is certainly what budget season is all about. We also need to look for new sources of revenue. Our vital city services must depend less on property taxes. Both our residents and our businesses are always asking for more services, like public safety and police, rapid response to fires and medical emergencies, fixing potholes, making our streets safer and cleaner, reducing rats and pests, maintaining our parks, and supporting our youth and seniors. Managing our budget and developing new revenue sources are critical, but for members of the public and the media, we need to be clear that we also still need to address the tax burden on our residents. Because of how state law works, if commercial property value drops, then taxes on residential properties will automatically go up. Even if we reduce our budget, drops in commercial property values would still force residents to pay more. In fact, looking at the results from 20 years ago, when this same policy was implemented, tax bills for residents actually went up by 15 to 18% on average. That's obviously a lot.
Councilor Santana, we lost you. Can you hear us? Councilor Santana, you are frozen, I'm sorry to say. Okay. Councilor Santana, we are going to move to Councilor Durkin. I'll allow you to finish your remarks if you can hear us. I apologize if there's a lapse in time. Councilor Durkin, please feel free to start your remarks, and then we'll go to Councilor Worrell.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm excited to engage in this conversation. I've heard from numerous stakeholders in my district, from residents to business owners who have a lot of confusion about what this means. And I think as a city council, it's our role to be able to communicate this to communities, to our business owners, and look forward to engaging into the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin. Councilor Worrell, and then Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the administration for being here. I'm looking to dive into this conversation to understand more about the impact on not just the commercial property owners downtown, but the small commercial property owners in the neighborhoods, how this will affect them, but also understanding the impact on residents if this was not to pass. So just looking forward to the conversation to kind of get a full understanding and overview of the lay of the land. I'm aware that commercial property values are trending down, but I think that's just one piece of the larger issue that we're faced with. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. We'll go to Councilor Fitzgerald, Braden, and Weber, and then circle back to Santana. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. Looking forward to diving into this. We got a lot of questions. We got to be careful about next steps. And so I know myself and all the other colleagues have many questions. So looking forward to getting those answered and coming up with the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Braden.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I'm looking forward to the conversation, a very, very important one. Few things on my mind this morning, just thinking about a need for a comprehensive and balanced approach to, oops, where did we go? Lost my screen. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We need a comprehensive and balanced approach to the likely decline in our commercial property tax revenue. And we also need to really take a serious look at the spending as part of the conversation. We have some big ticket items, some big ticket departments in the city, and we need to look at where we can find some cost savings. We also need to diversify our sources of revenue. Someone has already mentioned pilot excise tax, transfer fees, commuter taxes. We have other ways to try and generate some revenue. Proposition 21 has been the overwhelming factor affecting the city's property tax levy since it was passed in 1980 by the state legislature. The Proposition 2.5 limits the property tax levy in a city or town to no more than 2.5% of the total fair cash value of all taxable real estate and personal property. But it also limits the increase in the total property tax levy to no more than 2.5% over the prior year. This means that the property tax values have grown more. The property tax values have grown more, let's say to 121% in the past 10 years, but the actual tax revenue that has been generated has grown by 71% due to Proposition 21. I'm not a tax person. I'm just very concerned that we need to get a real good balance, that we don't put an overly further burden our residential sector, because we have seen an increase, even though we keep our tax assessment very low in the residential sector, because there's been a huge boom in the value of property, residential homeowners are really feeling a pinch. So it's a complicated issue this morning, so I'm looking forward to learning more and looking for a real balanced approach to, taxes and revenue and how we might navigate this space going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Braden. Councillor Weber?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking forward to getting into this. I think that everyone realizes that COVID has had a large impact on how we use commercial office spaces and just going to the office in general. So I'm looking forward to using this process to figure out what our plan is as a city going forward and how we're going to deal with remote work, and are we expected to see large vacancy rates going forward in the long term, or where we expect to be 3-4 years down the line. So back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Weber. We'll go back to Councillor Santana to finish his remarks if he is present.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry about that. I lost connection there for a bit, so I'll just continue on the statement that I was saying. In fact, looking at the results from 20 years ago, when the same policy was implemented, tax bills for residents actually went up by 15 to 18% on average. That's obviously a lot, but it was a big improvement from the roughly 35% they would have gone up without this policy. And commercial property taxes actually went down a bit. And that is what is expected again now if we implement this policy again. So we must remember that the decision we're considering today is fundamentally about housing costs and just how much they'll go up. We know that Boston already has a severe housing affordability crisis, and housing costs affect everyone. Families, recent graduates and young professionals, city workers, and particularly businesses who need workers to be able to replace them. Higher taxes are especially a risk for people living on fixed incomes, like many of our seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. A BU study from September found that from 2017 to 2023, Boston seniors homeless roughly doubled. And by 2030, Boston senior homelessness is projected to roughly triple from 2017 levels. Higher residential taxes would also mean that small community landlords, like triple-decker owners who live in one of their units, who often keep rents lower and more stable for our families and workers, will face difficult decisions about whether to raise rents on long-term tenants or to have a harder time affording their own home. And meanwhile, corporate landlords won't hesitate to pass costs on to their tenants, making rents more expensive for hundreds of thousands of Boston residents. This is not a simple situation to solve. We're tackling fundamental shifts in our city finances caused by universal changes. My only encouragement as we get into the weeds on this is that we remember what's at stake for our residents. It's that they can afford to stay here in Boston. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Santana, and I want to thank all my colleagues for being here. I'm just making sure that I'm not missing anybody. I think we have a full house here, so again, grateful to my colleagues for their participation and attendance. I have some brief opening remarks, and then I do think it is helpful and an obligation as chair to table set, provide some background information. I don't necessarily know how far into the history the administration is going to go, but I will briefly mention that. But for now, I do just want to say that I'm worried personally. There are indications across the country, not just in Boston, but in downtown cores, that economic hubs are not what they used to be. There's a canary in the coal mine here in Boston in our recent rise in property tax abatement requests. It's about 27% increase, and that is staggering and quite simply sobering. Boston is unique from other cities where nearly 3/4 of our city's operating budget is funded by property taxes. Of that revenue, commercial taxpayers account for about 58% of property tax receipts, while residential taxpayers account for about 42%. And so any decrease in property valuations and taxes has implications on our city's fiscal vitality and buoyancy, and that ultimately is impacting our residents' well-being. We know that the COVID pandemic impacted all of our lives, and Boston's office valuations are plummeting with high vacancy rates. These high vacancy rates are actively lowering asset values, and as buildings generate less income for owners, it just goes into this economic doom loop that we keep hearing about. And so facing fallout from the pandemic and potentially bracing for impact, the city has presented this special law to stave off a budget crunch by raising commercial property taxes through the special law. And so I understand, and there's been a lot of talk about balanced approach and a suite of options, like what does this look like? But I do understand the economic necessity to protect residents and homeowners against a sudden and dramatic tax increase. Like that, their economic buying power will be impacted if we don't do something for this. And so I do look forward to understanding that. I look forward to understanding how this proposal is one solution in a larger suite of policy options to provide carrots and rather than sticks, and figure out how we will grow the city. I know it's not narrowly defined through this piece of legislation, but I know that there's going to be a larger conversation after we hear from the administration. And then just getting into a little bit of the history, in 2004, RO values, so this is residential and open space, this is class 1 and 2, were appreciating much more rapidly than commercial and industry properties and private properties. And so in 2004, residential rates rose 17% statewide, whereas those commercial and industrial properties only increased by 4%. And so this disparity led to a significant increase in the residential's share of tax burden in many communities. And so to address this disparity, then Mayor Menino and the City Council filed a home rule petition requesting an increase to the percentage of tax burden that may be shifted to CIP properties. And so thereafter, the legislation passed. It split the tax rate formula, allowing for a temporary increase, which is also what this legislation does, shifting the tax burden to commercial, industrial, and private properties classes up to 200%, with a minimum residential burden of 45%. So this is something that, again, this legislation does as we face potential shifts in the tax burden to RO properties. And so to protect residential taxpayers from this drastic property increase, again, we are looking to be more proactive in this way rather than responding to what the increases could be to our residents. So I will stop there. I'm hopeful that the administration will dive into what the impact of that was in 2004, some of the differences that we're seeing now, understanding that we are not on the cusp of this economic growth that we're seeing as a city, where the seaport wasn't even in existence in 2004. The Big Dig was near completion, and what we really think the impact of this will be and how it will help us. So with that, I will turn it over. Actually, I'll introduce you first. I'll introduce the chief of, I just want to make sure I get your title right. So Chief Grafenberger, Chief Financial Officer and Collector Treasurer of the City of Boston, and Commissioner Nicholas Arenello, the Commissioner of Assessing in the City of Boston. So pass it over to you in your preferred order. And again, for my council colleagues, this presentation is in your inboxes if you'd like to follow along at your own pace. But please go ahead, members from the administration, for your presentation.
Awesome. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Chair Coletta and members of the council. Based on your opening statements, I know this is going to be a very robust discussion, so we're really looking forward to diving into this with all of you. We have a brief presentation that we will go through to hit some of the main highlights of the home rule petition that we are talking about today. But I think a lot of the meat and value in this conversation will be in some of the back and forth questions. So really looking forward to that. So I will get going and share my screen. Okay, so this might be a little bit of a, we thought to start and going into this piece of legislation, it could be helpful to do a bit of a property tax 101 just to make sure we are have a shared understanding and are familiar with some of the terminology that we're going to talk through today as we walk through this home rule petition. So very quickly, what is property tax? So property tax is made up of real estate, which is, the land and everything affixed to it, like buildings, and personal property, which are sort of tangible assets, like the equipment in a commercial kitchen, things like that. And for this upcoming fiscal year, fiscal 25, we anticipate that property tax will account for about 71% of our operating revenue, a little bit less than in the current fiscal year, but still represents a large share of the city's revenue to support the budget. Assessed values vary year to year based on fair market value of the property as of January 1st, prior to the start of the fiscal year. So I'll walk through that and then make sure you understand why this is important. So in fiscal 2024, the year we are currently in, that began on July 1st, 2023, and the fiscal 24 assessed value is as of January 1st, 2023, and captures market activity from calendar year 2022. So assessing is a bit of a backward-looking exercise in that we are capturing market activity from the prior calendar years. We're setting tax rates and doing assessed values for the following year. Property tax revenue is statutorily capped every year by what we call the levy limit. And the levy limit is the total pot of money that we are statutorily allowed to collect. And that is based on the prior year property tax levy, and it can only increase by 2.5% each year with a special provision for new growth, which is when we discover something new that did not exist before, and that can grow faster than the 2.5% of the baseline levy limit. So the levy limit is the amount that we are allowed to collect, and the assessed value is how that pot is attributed and allocated among our constituents. And then, once we know assessed values and the levy limit, we could stop there and send out proportional tax bills to everyone, but we go an extra step and we create two separate tax rates, one for commercial and personal property taxpayers and the other for residential property. And this split tax rate allows us to significantly shift the overall tax burden off of residential property and is what makes Boston significantly more affordable for our residents from a tax perspective. And the amount that we are allowed to shift from residential to commercial is capped by state law, and that cap is up to 175%. And the mayor and the city council have historically chosen to maximize that shift, and we are presently at that 175%, and that will become important as we talk through the proposal we have here today. So I wanted to just take a second and address kind of the difference between value loss and revenue loss for the city. So based on the way property taxation laws work, in general, a general increase in values will lower our tax rates, and a general decrease in values will increase the tax rate. But valuation increases and decreases alone do not impact the levy. It does not impact the amount of revenue that we are allowed to collect each year. So just because a downtown building has decreased in value, it does not mean that we are going to collect less property tax revenue compared to the prior year, because that levy can always grow by 2.5%. But what it can impact is how that balance, that balance between residential and commercial taxpayers. It can impact who's bearing the overall tax levy. So if the commercial pool of value drops compared to the residential value, this will cause a shift in how much of the tax levy is paid by those two economic components. If value drops for one class of property, then that impacts the commercial and residential tax rates, but does not impact the overall amount of revenue that we're allowed to collect. So I just wanted to make sure that was very clear, because I think there's been a lot of discussion about that dynamic in the news over the last couple of weeks. So as we head into fiscal 25, we are starting to notice there are indicators that are demonstrating to us that there could be reduced commercial valuation. Some of the market activity that happened during calendar year 2023, which is what our fiscal 2025 assessed values and tax rates will be based on. Remember, this is a backward-looking exercise. We're starting to see some of those indicators pop up in the market. And left on its own, the current statutory scheme, again, would result in a shift of that tax levy burden over to residents and result in an increased residential tax rate for fiscal 2025. So our goal here, best as possible, really attempting to preserve the stability of the current property tax ratio and avoid any sudden or dramatic moves in either direction, particularly on the residential side. So the home rule petition that we are here to talk about today, that is pending in front of you, is a temporary change to state law that would allow us to, again, moderate that impact by temporarily increasing the maximum shift over to commercial from that 175% under state law currently up to 200, and gradually stepping down over the period of 4 years before returning to the current maximum level allowed by law. And the point of doing it this way, it gives us a little bit of time to absorb those changes in commercial values so that it's not all hitting at once. We're not seeking to make a forever change. We're simply seeking some additional flexibility to allow us to smooth in that impact over a period of time and avoid dramatic rate shocks for our residents. So this temporary legislative solution is important to understand 3 things about it. Number one, it's revenue neutral. Nothing about the proposal impacts the amount of property tax revenue that the city can and is allowed to collect. Secondly, it is a time-limited proposal. As I mentioned, it gradually steps down over 4 years before returning to the currently allowed maximum shift, really seeking to smooth in any impacts over time. And the measure is also optional and flexible. So nothing about the proposal would force us to go up to 200%. It sets a new ceiling rather than a new floor. So it gives us that additional flexibility between the current maximum allowed shift up to what would be allowed under the legislation, depending on each year, to really adjust the dial, so to speak, between residential and commercial taxpayers, so that we are really seeking to preserve that flexibility, that stability between those 2 classes of taxpayers, and giving us that flexibility to address that in the annual rate setting process that we do with the mayor and with you all in the council at the end of the calendar year. There's been some reference to the situation back in 2003, 2004. So facing a similar dynamic about 20 years ago, decreasing commercial values and increasing residential values would have meant that residential taxes would have increased year over year by upwards of 35–40%. And commercial values taxes would have decreased somewhere in the order of 15 to 18% all at once in 1 year. At the time, Boston pursued legislative relief similar to what we are seeking today, that would have allowed the ceiling to go up to 200% and step back down before returning to the current level. And when this was implemented, residential taxes still went up between 15 to 18%. And there was minimal change to kind of the taxes on the commercial side. So as best as possible, really seeking again to preserve some stability and avoid dramatic increases on both sides of the equation. Like I said, the measure is designed very similarly to what we are seeking here today. We made a small tweak to the language, allowing us a 3-year opt-in window so that we could opt in to start the clock, so to speak, on the sunset period, if and when we realize we need the relief once values come in. I think a couple of things that I think are important to note about 2003, 2004 that speak a little bit to why we're doing this now. So at the time, Boston sought this legislative relief after it had gone through its value setting process and realized that there was a great disparity in taxes. And so had to very quickly mobilize in order to get some legislative relief in place. Because they were sort of dealing with it while they were in the crisis, the city was unable to send out tax bills updated tax bills in January like they normally do, or like we normally do. And so rather sent 2 sets of notices to residents saying this is what your taxes would look like with this relief, and this is what they would look like without it. So it created significant uncertainty at the time for residents. And so the reason we're pursuing this now is to avoid that crunch, that time crunch, and to avoid having to act in a crisis. The downside of that is that we have not gone through our value setting process for fiscal 25 yet. And so we don't have full information of what is happening with commercial values. We're just, seeing some indications from out in the world that suggest that this might be an issue for us. And so we're seeking to be precautionary and proactive and make sure that we have this tool in place so that we are not putting ourselves and residents and commercial taxpayers in a bit of a, in a moment of uncertainty at the end of the year. And then I think another critical difference between 2003 and 2004 that is worth mentioning is that the ratio of commercial to residential taxes was different at the time. At the time, the commercial sector was paying about 70% of the levy, with residents making up 30%. Now it is more like 60-40. So we over time, over the last 20 years, have started to rely less and less on commercial. So that ratio is the gap, between those two is a little bit smaller. But again, I think just, 2 critical things to know as we're trying to compare this to the past. Okay, so to summarize, and then really looking to getting into all of your questions, the real reason we're doing this and here talking to you about this today is that absent any change to state law, a decline in commercial real estate values could put immediate pressure on homeowners and really jeopardize the affordability of homeowners for residents in Boston. This proposal seeks to be precautionary and is both revenue neutral, time limited, and optional, and really seeks to stabilize property taxes for all of our taxpayers, both residential and commercial. And again, as we just discussed, this measure relies on precedent and was deployed successfully at the time, and we're really looking to replicate that model in the piece of legislation that we are here to discuss today. So that concludes my presentation. I know we will have many questions, so very much looking forward to getting into that with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Grafenberger. So now I'll pass it to my colleagues first for their questions in order of arrival. This is a very nuanced, complex conversation, and so I feel like it is necessary to provide a good chunk of time for questions and answers, although I will say to the administration to please try to be concise with your answers so that my colleagues can ask as many questions as they can. I'll be giving everybody 6 minutes for questions, and then we'll obviously have a second round, third round if we need to. So I will pass it over to Councilor Louis-Jean, Flynn, Murphy for their questions, and we'll start the timer now. Councilor Louis-Jean, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief Grafenberger, for your presentation, and thank you for breaking it down. I think that was really helpful. In case I missed it, you stated in 2003 the change was to increase the ratio from 175% to 200%. Is that still ultimately what we would be looking at today? Is it that same cap from 175 to 200%?
That's right. It's the same ceilings as was set back in 2003. So just with more specificity, if you just give me a second, I can pull out the exact ratios. So it starts in the first year, it goes up to 200%. The second year, it drops to, the ceiling drops to 97%. Third year, 190%. 183% in year 4, and then returns to the current level of 175% in year 5.
So we're looking at a cap of a 4-to-1 ratio, basically.
So, Nick, do you want to take that? I don't know if I understand the question.
Increase to 200% compared to residential rate. If we're looking at it from a ratio of commercial to not saying that that's the makeup, right? Because where the makeup would maybe, I don't know if you stated what the makeup would be, if it would ultimately rise from 60 to 65 to 35, or if we would go back to that 70%, like where would we be with the commercial tax to residential?
Like of the current ratio of 60-40, what would that look like without this measure? So it's a really good question, and I think part of what makes doing it at this moment both advantageous but also challenging is we don't have the value. So all of this is really going to be rooted in what happens with values. And Nick and his team in the assessing department will do all of that value updating over the next couple of months. So, you know, we can't say sort of like what that, without the updated information on values, it's hard to know at this moment what that ratio would look like without the change. But what I can say is our goal is to really preserve that ratio as best as possible. And the other important thing to note about the piece of legislation is that it sets a minimum on the residential side, that the residential side cannot be less than it was in the year before. So in fiscal 24, the residential factor is about 41 or 42%. So we wouldn't be able to go below that. So again, really trying to preserve current ratios and stability. But Nick, please fill in if I missed anything.
Yeah, no, I think you covered all the aspects. I think the answer to your question, Councilor Lucia, is that part at the end, where we're trying to be really thoughtful in the way that we drafted the legislation. And so we want to, really the objective is to kind of take this potential increase that we're seeing on the residential side and spread that out over time. And so one of the provisions that's in the statutory language is that the residential portion of our property base can't be responsible for a smaller percentage of the levy than they are in the year before implementation. And so that's the part that Ashley was saying at the end, where that 60-40 split, residential will continue to be responsible for that 41% that they were last year at a minimum, if this were to be implemented next year.
That makes sense to me based on what's happened historically, because even when 2003, it looks like there was still that 15 to 18% increase in residential tax bill, right? Because, I mean, I'm not sure if there was a floor then, but you're not saying, this is saying like, we're trying to hold them stable, recognizing that there will likely still be an increase in property taxes because of the increase in assessed value. Is that correct? Thank you.
Yep, exactly.
And then I know we don't have hard numbers, but I think something that could be helpful is if there was a projection on what the like we do nothing, right? There's no implementation, there's no changes. What would the increase in residential tax bill, what would that look like if we hold steady and do nothing? I think those numbers, and through the chair, I do ask for this projection because I think it's helpful to the average resident, to the average person living in the city, understand why the administration is even looking to do this. Like, what would the projected increase in assessed value be? What would the increased tax bill look like for your average homeowner in the city of Boston? I think that would be helpful.
I very much appreciate that point, and it would it's this double-edged sword, right? So it would be much easier for us to kind of put forward this and make this point if we knew exactly where values were going to be, because then we could very specifically point to like what the savings would be and what the difference would be. Because we're trying to do it kind of before that storm comes and before we're put into this situation where if it doesn't pass, then all of a sudden desperation hits and people have to pay these bills within 30 days. We're trying to get this in place early. And so our best way to kind of represent kind of how this tool works and how it worked before is to look back in 2003, 2004 and look at what happened then. And what happened then, by way of example, is the average single family tax bill for someone that was getting the residential exemption was going to go up by more than 40%. And so, you know, as you stated, the taxes for that same average single family taxpayer that is getting a residential exemption still went up about 14%. But that 24% savings is really the tool in action. And then also, you know, there are different circumstances, but there was still a pretty large delta that was kind of creating this problem between residential and commercial value. And so commercial values at that point weren't dropping dramatically. That wasn't so much the problem, it's that residential values were rising very, very quickly. And so for the commercial values that had minor decreases in value of a couple of percentage points, their taxes ended up being flat. And so that gives us a lot of comfort and kind of revisiting the tool and the way that we crafted it. And the reason that we wanted to kind of adhere so closely to what happened then was that the city implemented it. It did what it was supposed to. There was a lot of kind of concern before it was implemented about what it might do. And the reality is it did kind of exactly what it was designed to do, which is slowly increase residential taxes over time instead of all at once. And so instead of people having this giant bill increase they had to pay in 30 days, that got dragged out over more time, and there wasn't significant damage to the commercial market. To the point where I've gone back and looked for press articles to kind of like see the fallout after this got implemented, and it was basically like radio silence. So there were all these concerns before it went into effect, and then after it went into effect, it just worked. And we moved on to other problems. And so that's one of the reasons that we think that it's kind of the right tool for this moment as well, is we're really trying to do something that is not going to unfairly burden one segment of our society, but is something that's kind of adds stability to everyone.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. I guess one of the things that
Councilwoman Jazz, your time is up.
Oh, it's up. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll save my question, but it's really about the mayor's, proposals, like the pro-growth things that we coupled, because that was present in 2003. But I'll save that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Zen. Sorry to interrupt you. Councilor Flynn and then Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Commissioner and to the Chief. Commissioner, just out of curiosity, do you have a comparison of Boston residential tax rates compared to other cities around the state, such as Worcester, Springfield, Newton, Lawrence? Any examples that you could give us? They certainly don't have the backstop of the commercial backstop like Boston has, but would you be able to provide that information to us?
I can't. I don't have it like squarely in front of me to be able to read right now, but I can easily get you tax rates throughout the entire Commonwealth.
You could get that for us, Commissioner?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, excellent. Commissioner, if the city's projection are off significantly, do we need legislation, new legislation, or do we have the legal authority to change the percentage higher on commercial? If your numbers are significantly off, what flexibility does Boston have?
Sorry, no problem unmuting. Yeah, so that's an excellent question, Councilor. I think right now with the tools we have presently without new legislation, we basically have the current split rate system that we've been implementing and that we've maxed out the shift on. So the default for property taxes is basically that every community has a single tax rate. And so in Boston last year, that would have been $14.44. And then this classification shift process kind of creates these two separate tax rates for residential and commercial property taxes. And so that's why we have the rates that we do. And that's a process that you're familiar with, Councilor, that we go through every single year.
I guess, Commissioner, if the projections were way off, would we need another home rule to do another separate home rule?
Oh, I see. Sorry, I misunderstood the first question. No, the objective is that this petition would kind of do the tempering that we need to create this kind of smoothing effect. And we do not anticipate that we would need to go back and create another home rule petition. I think it's important to note that in the the ceilings that Chief Grafenberger mentioned, those are limits that we can go up to, but that does not mean that we need to actually go up to those limits. And so there's room. So in the first year that's implemented, the shift could be up to 200%, but it wouldn't necessarily have to be at 200%. It could be less than. And there's also some restrictions within the statutory language that would prevent us from moving up to 200% as well, tied to kind of balancing and relative property values. And so there are a lot of constraints to make it so that we can't just kind of arbitrarily decide that one class of property should be paying dramatically more than the other.
I know this is being debated as if we don't increase the taxes on the businesses, it will get shifted to the residences. But is there any other options that we're considering, such as I filed a hearing order to study pilot, but I also know in the mid 80s under the Flynn administration, they also proposed and enacted the, I believe it was the hotel motel tax and the jet fuel tax. Are we looking at any other potential options to raise revenue other than property taxes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think Chief Grafenberger can answer that better than
Yeah, I can take a stab at it. So you note that here in Boston, we're taking advantage of all of our local option excise taxes. In the Municipal Empowerment Act that is pending up at the state, there are options within there to increase the amount of the percentage on those excises. So that is pending, and I think we're eager to see what that looks like. You talk about pilot, that's a great example as well. We have been having conversations with some of the institutions about the future of that program and how that could evolve and sort of meet this moment. So we are having discussions on those fronts as well. But as you know, we're very limited in our ability to come up with new revenue. And so we're eager to see what comes out of the Municipal Empowerment Act to see if we will have any increased flexibility on the excise side.
Thank you. And my final question for this round, under the proposal in 2013, 2013, under the Menino administration, was Boston the only city that benefited from this home rule petition, or did the city of Boston partner with other cities or towns that wanted to do the similar raising the revenue? And in effect, it enabled city and town leaders to also lobby the legislature at the same time for this property tax increase. What are your thoughts on that, Nick?
Thank you, Councilor. Yeah, it was in 2003, close to 2004, I think was when it actually ended up being passed.
Hey, Nick, I think I'm having a tough time hearing you. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay. So when this was originally passed under the during the Menino administration, the final version that ended up being passed was a statewide bill that had local options for other communities. The process that we're going through now would just be a home rule petition, and so we can't kind of add that flexibility through this process to let other communities take advantage. But for the law that was passed back in 2004, there were other communities that utilized the additional shift room as well.
Which enabled those cities and towns to effectively lobby their legislators from that impacted area to support that tax increase, basically. So everyone benefited. But in this case, it seems like Boston would be the only city that would have the home rule up at the same time, and it would be up to Boston to get it past the legislature. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it's a fun challenge in trying to kind of get legislation advanced, right? So there's the process that we can kind of actively control, and then there's what adds value for other communities as well. I do think that if this ended up turning into something that other communities want to support, then it would be able to be changed in the legislature to be a broader rule that wasn't just a home rule petition for Boston. But it's something that we know that we want, and we know that it is going to be kind of important to us. And so this is the avenue we're taking to make sure that we can get something before them.
Thank you, Commissioner Arnell. Councilor Flynn, your time is up. Based on my initial research, so Chapter 3 was effective in limiting residential tax increase for adopting communities, and it was 13 communities that adopted it. And so I don't have exactly which ones did, but I'm sure we can get that. Thank you for your questions. Councilor Murphy, you now have the floor. And so Councilor Louisiana and Councilor Flynn both got 7 minutes. Why don't we increase it to 7 minutes for everybody just to make it fair? Thank you so much.
Thank you. And what usually happens is our previous colleagues ask good questions, so we may not need the whole 7 minutes. But what I know a lot of people have said, and is true, is concerns from residents, concerns from business owners. So you're here representing the administration, you are the administration, and what are your biggest concerns, especially with the current plan that you have put forth? If it doesn't pass, you just kind of touched on what happens if it doesn't pass, which most things don't up at the State House. And so what are you most concerned about if we can't control the plan that we have now? Because then that's going to come back onto us to make sure that we, support or push for something different.
Yeah, I can take a stab at that. So I think our for me, for the mayor, I think our biggest concern is not having the tools in place when we need them, should we need them. So it's a little bit, kind of going out ahead, trying to get this in place before we have, full information of what's going to happen with values, and without being able to say with tons of certainty how are people's taxes going to look and feel differently if this is in place versus if it is not. But I think what we really want to avoid is a dynamic like they experienced at the end of 2003, where they did not act until they were sort of in the crisis, and sending out preliminary tax bills in January as opposed to updated tax bills with updated, corrected, finalized, and adopted rates. The risk at that time, if that didn't pass up at the State House, would have been the possibility of residents needing to absorb a 40% increase in their taxes and only having 30 days to sort of deal with that large shift in their household budget.
And that's true if we're not going to make any cuts, correct? Like, have you looked at at what point do we then need to start to cut? And one thing I've been on the record and will continue to be on the record for is obviously not our city workers and our workforce, especially our low end, entry level, middle management. So we just saw what happened with BPS, right? They do have to set their staffing in March for the September year, and there were no high level positions at bowling that were getting cut. It's our music teacher, our bus monitors, our reading specialists that are getting cut, and that's my fear. If the next couple months this doesn't work and we're in a position where we don't have enough money, who is going to be the ones who get hurt from this? What will happen then? Because we can't expect our residents to pay they're already concerned with the raises they have, and we talk a lot about really leaning into and being committed to not displacing our residents and making sure that this city is already unaffordable for most, to then push out our current homeowners to say, well, you're going to have to pay 40% because we legally can't force that onto the commercial businesses. So at what point do we then have to have the conversation, especially, it's either perfect timing or it's clashing. I don't know, that it's coming at the same time we're about to sit with each department and they're going to present to us their plan, right? Their pages in the budget of what they hope to see pass from us. And we also have participatory budgeting. We're getting a lot of pressure from groups that want us to spend more in certain areas. And at the end of the day, I'm committed to securing the current workforce we have, that they're not going to be getting laid off, and that we're not hiring people that are in a, not a secure position. that could find out after 2-3 months of a long onboarding that the position can no longer be funded.
Yeah, I'll try and, take a stab at what I think you're asking. So we think that this is a very effective tool in helping, do the dialing, to do the adjustments that we need so that everyone's taxes kind of feel the same as they normally do, and that, we're not creating any, dramatic outsized impact on one side of the ledger. When we talk about other ways of getting at that, cutting the budget, I think what's instructive to me is a couple of things. In 2003, the value of this shift was worth about $100 million. So I think in order to achieve kind of the same level of offset in the tax rate, the city would have needed to cut their budget by $100 million. That's a lot, right? And so I think from our perspective, again, until we sort of know how values will flow through and sort of then what the ultimate order of magnitude of, what this is worth when we go to use it. With 2003 as an instructive example, the downside or sort of the outsized harm that we would put onto the city of cutting, upwards of, hundreds of millions of dollars, sort of outweighs any good you would get on the tax rate side, right? So I think we feel like this gives us the flexibility to do that fine tuning so that we aren't creating outsized harm on the budget side, any outsized, harm on our taxpayers, and just giving us that flexibility to smooth this in, so we're not doing anything overly dramatic anywhere else in the budget.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murphy. We have Councilor Mejia and then Santana.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the administration. I am going to just ask a very specific question, and reading a little bit about this. The CEO of the Boston Chamber of Commerce talked about the golden goose and says that the City of Boston commercial tax, property tax, which provides the largest percentage of city annual revenue, that in doing this, we will be literally strangling it. Can you help us understand what that means?
Sure. So right now, the way our property tax levy is allocated, it comes in about 60% from our commercial taxpayers and 40% from residential. I think from our perspective, what we are trying to do is as best we can preserve that ratio and not have, the commercial ticking up significantly and the commercial ticking down and the residential ticking up. We want to preserve that ratio as best as possible. And so I think if done correctly, this tool gives us that flexibility to do that fine tuning so that, and as Commissioner Arenello talked about, there are backstops in the legislation here that make it so that the residential side isn't responsible for any less than they are today. So we're really trying to not strangle the golden goose, as been said, so that we are not, just deciding to saddle the commercial side with an outsized amount. We have that backstop in the law that creates that floor for residential. And so it's just giving us that flexibility to do fine tuning and not overwhelm one side of the levy versus the other. But Nick, if you want to throw in anything, please.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think that was an excellent answer, and I do feel like there's a bit of hyperbole out there, and this feeling that the goal of this is to just crush commercial business. And to be honest, one of the main reasons that we kind of held so closely to the 2003 legislation is that it gave us a lot of comfort that commercial business was not harmed as a result of its implementation. And we really are very cognizant of that, and we very much value the commercial businesses in our city, and we do not want to all of a sudden create undue harm to anyone person or business. And our city really thrives by everyone kind of working together and operating together. And, you know, I think that kind of the way that our taxes have operated have really kind of given us a level of stability that other municipalities across the country have not had. And honestly, we don't want to disrupt that stability. And so we tried really hard to kind of create a statute that maintained that level of stability, and so that we can all kind of like ride through this period and see what tomorrow brings.
Thank you, Nick. So I just have two more questions, please. One is if you could paint a picture for those who are tuning in, because what I've been hearing from folks is that this potentially will have an unintended consequence or impact on small businesses, and therefore that will impact the workforce. Can you talk to us a little bit about that notion and just debunk it right now, just so that everyone hears it from you all? And then the other question, and it was part of my opening remarks, is that I'm always looking for finding a way where everyone feels like they're winning. And, I think we have an opportunity here to really look at every single tool that we have in our toolkit. And I'm curious, why not consider, I think about Harvard, I think about BU, I think about Northeastern, I think about all of these spaces and places that are occupying space and not doing their fair share in terms of their pilot agreements. I mean, I know it's voluntary, but they are the ones who are soaking up every single piece of land that we have here in the city of Boston. And what prevents us from filing a home rule petition to be able to put them on the list of people who can participate in helping us fill this gap?
Nick, do you want to take the first part, the small business question?
Sure. Thank you for the questions, Counselor. I think in regards to the small businesses, I think that in the market that we're looking at, right, where it does not appear that small business has been particularly thriving, we are not anticipating that their property values are going to be going up dramatically, which means even with the implementation of this tool, their taxes wouldn't be going up dramatically. And so I think that that's part of kind of how the design of it is that if a property has a significant drop in value, then, this is just mitigating what's going to happen with their tax rates. And our tax system is
wait,
sorry.
Nick, I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. Because what I find to be really interesting is that the property value for, let's say, Harvard and BU and all of these other spaces and places that have prime real estate, where do they fall in as it relates to this conversation?
Let's get started. Drive safely.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So not all their property is exempt, but clearly the property that they're using for the institutional purposes that's exempt doesn't get impacted by this. If you don't pay taxes, different tax rate isn't going to change how much you pay, right? The part that is impacted, though, is they also tend to be pretty large holders of real estate that is taxable as well. And so then they would also be contributing towards that portion in the same way that they currently do. I think your questions about the pilot program are really strong ones, and that is a program that we kind of continue to work with the institutions to re-envision and reimagine. But you're right, it's a voluntary program, and so we can.
But I guess what I'm trying to get at here, Nick, and I'm sorry, just because I know my time is limited, and I really want to make sure I get this point in.
It's up, Councilman here. You can complete your thought.
Thank you. I think, Nick, it's really important for us to look at every single tool we have in our toolkit. And what I have seen time and time again is that big institutions like Harvard, Northeastern, BU get a pass. And if we want to make a statement around making sure that we're protecting our our property owners and our Boston residents, right? And that we're not creating further financial hardships on others, then this is an opportunity for us to seize this moment to be as aggressive and as creative and as thoughtful and bold to say, you know what, you're doing business in the city of Boston. Those institutions are getting thousands and millions of dollars to operate here, and they're in many ways like businesses. So I think that there is a case for us to reconsider what this home rule petition looks like and how we can include those folks who have a pass.
I very much appreciate the sentiment, and I'll be sure to share the next time that I'm talking to those institutions about their pilot. So I very much appreciate your time. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. And then I think just for clarity purposes, do you all have an idea, and we might need to follow up again, but I mean, like, including pilot institutions in this home rule petition might not be like the most, as appropriate is the only word that I can come up with, just because I can't think of another one, like the appropriate vehicle to regulate pilot institutions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that would have to be a separate ordinance.
Thank you, Councilor. I do think that if we were going to approach that, it would be better as a separate ordinance than it would be to kind of tie it into this specification matter. Yeah. I think that the strength of this is that we're so closely mirroring 2003, 2004 that our hope is that it's going to give the legislature a lot of comfort that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel with it.
I guess my question, and just to underscore it, do we need state approval to bring in our tax-exempt institutions to pay more for pilot? I would think no.
For the voluntary program, no, we would not.
Okay, so that's strictly under city control because it's a city policy.
Yes, that's correct, Councilor.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'll go to Councilor Santana and then Councilor Jerkin. Councilor Santana, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chief and Commissioner, for the presentation, and thanks to my colleagues for the wonderful questions so far. My first question, the projection that property tax will account for approximately 71% of the operating revenue, and FY25 is a very small drop from FY24. Is that change due to the new revenue from properties owned by BPDA and EDIC, or some other factors?
So thanks. That's a great question. So yes, so if you were to look at how much revenue growth we're anticipating for FY25, just less than half of it's coming from property tax. A lot of the growth is coming from a couple of other things. So one is the revenue that's going to be coming in from the BPDA to offset the planning and Office of Workforce Development functions that we're bringing into the city. And we're also seeing pretty significant growth that we're assuming on our interest and investments. So compared to last year, that's making up a greater portion of our total revenue, as well as growth in excise, taxes, and other departmental revenues. So the growth in those sources are significant enough that it's taking over a greater share of our revenue budget than prior years.
Thank you, Chief. My follow-up, my next question is, the administration has stated that creating the new planning department is revenue neutral, because moving the BPDA into the city also means that the BPDA money will be moved over too. And that's about 1/4 of the proposed 8% city budget increase. As we're thinking about the new revenue opportunities to reduce our reliance on property taxes, is there an opportunity for additional revenue from properties owned by the BPDA and EDIC, even if it's just for a couple of years, to soften the impact of declining commercial property values?
It's an excellent question. So we, as we were pursuing the ordinance that you all approved and the mayor signed relative to the planning department, I think what we kind of talked about at the time is that this is sort of phase one of a multi-phase approach as we start to bring those functions over to the city. We are very interested and actively pursuing ways in which we can bring BPDA property, revenue generating properties from the BPDA into the the custody of the city. And so, yes, that is definitely an opportunity as we sort of identify what those parcels could be and bring them over. That revenue will, offset some of our property tax, the percentage of property tax, but multi-year process. But again, now that we have the legislation in place to create the planning department, it kind of gives us the ability to hit go on that and pursue those opportunities.
Great, thank you. As you know, Chief, housing costs here are very important to me. And, one piece of feedback we've heard on this plan is that Boston's residential property tax rates are some of the lowest in the Commonwealth. So some people suggest that residents could pay more taxes, so commercial properties would be able to pay less. But although our taxes may be lower, Boston already has some of the most expensive housing costs in the entire country. If we were able to raise residential property taxes, what impact would that be likely to have on the cost of housing for renters and for our homeowners? And what impact would increased residential property taxes have on the ability for homeowners and landlords to afford to maintain their properties?
It's a great question and sort of gets at the core of why we are doing this. The root of this all is really about preserving that affordability as best we can, or not making the affordability problem worse for our residents. You mentioned, I think, that our large apartment buildings or small apartment buildings, any apartment building is taxed at that residential rate. So without action and left on its own, if we were to see a decline in commercial values that resulted in a large increase on the residential side, the tax rate, it's possible that that increased tax burden is passed on to renters. So we talk a lot about homeowners and preserving kind of the affordability of your average single-family home taxes, and like you note, we're relatively low compared to other municipalities in Massachusetts, but there's the affordability for renters and owners of small apartment buildings is also something that is very much at the root of this. So, when the mayor talks about this, she likes to say that when she's talking to business leaders in the city, one of the number one things that they talk about is the affordability of Boston and making sure that there are places for their workers to live and stay in Boston so that they can grow their businesses. And I think that's really what we are seeking to do here, in kind of creating stability and to the best extent possible, preserving affordability for residents. It's good for everyone, right? It contributes to an ecosystem here in Boston where both businesses and residents and visitors can thrive and visit, and really about, preserving and growing the vibrancy of our city. And so this tool gives us the flexibility to hopefully do that fine tuning so that we are preserving that affordability and vibrancy.
Great, thank you. And Chair, I don't know if I have time for one more question during this round. You
have time for one more.
Great, thank you. So this next question is kind of in regards to kind of council oversight. This is proposed as an optional 5-year plan. We wouldn't have to adopt a change in tax rates. And assuming we did adopt a change, the city can still set the tax classification within allowed range of each year, correct? All right.
That's correct.
So we could reduce the ratio between residential and commercial tax rates sooner than 5 years if market conditions change. Just to be clear, for the folks at home, what role would the council have in those decisions?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councilor. So every year, the mayor and the city council work together to set what the actual shift is, as well as set the amount of the residential exemption. And so that is an annual process that occurs before tax bills are finalized. So it usually happens in mid to late November, early December every year.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for that question, Councilor Santana. Just to follow up on that. So, this does give you special authority to increase. And so the usual process, if you are coming before us in November, you would still have to go through that. regardless of this passing through and setting the ceiling. So you would still have to come to us for permission every single year.
Yes, that's correct, Chair Coyle.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. Okay, we have Councillor Jerkin and then Councillor Worwell.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you to the administration and the commissioner and the chief for being here. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. The first one being, have you met with the biggest commercial owners about how this could impact them in Boston? And a couple of them are in my district, and I know that a lot of them are looking for more information. So also, if you haven't met with some of these folks, is the administration willing to do like a roundtable with some of these folks to know more about what this means for them?
Absolutely, Councillor. So yes, we have met with a couple of large commercial property owners in the city. So we have done some of those meetings, but we're very willing and able and welcome any other discussions that would be helpful as we move through this.
Thank you. And thanks. And I'll follow up with some of the folks that I've heard from. And I wanted to ask too for Nick, in terms of what was the average property tax increase this year? Because from my email, obviously I got a lot of emails around when people's residential property taxes were being noticed. And so I'm just curious what the average increase this year was for property taxes.
Thank you so much, Councillor. I don't have those numbers right in front of me. Are you looking for like say the average single family after the residential exemption? That yes. Kind of, yeah. I can get that to you. I'm sorry, I just don't have the number right immediately in front of me, and I don't want to guess and spit out the wrong year.
Well, the reason I asked that question is because you mentioned in 2003 and 2004, people having, property increases of 13%. And I have a couple of emails in my inbox saying I got an increase of 13%. So I would say for residential property owners, a lot of them are already at the brink of what they're able to pay, even with what we're trying to do at the city council to make things better for them. So obviously, having those emails, knowing that people are concerned with residential property taxes going up, I think this is an important tool for us to have, and I think it's also really important that there be city council approval of that every single year. So thank you, Chair, for mentioning that. I also think it's really important that we have a thriving business economy, and that as we figure out sort of what the balance is here, we kind of have those metrics of like what people are able to pay, and also wanted to get an idea in terms of, for the businesses that are struggling right now, wanted to get an idea of how much, if we had some metrics in terms of like the abatements that are already being authorized in the city, especially for like commercial abatements in like the downtown. And also, like, I have multiple business corridors in my district, so just curious if, who is accessing abatements right now, and if you could see that trend continuing when we, if this was to pass.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question, Councillor. I'm happy that you brought up abatements a little bit, because Chair Clinton also mentioned it in her opening statement, and I think there's some numbers out there that are a little bit misleading. So I just want to clarify that, generally speaking, abatements are kind of a gauge of sentiment about property taxes more than they are concerned about particular values. But the reason that I say that is the process of filing an abatement is very minimal cost. You basically just, there's no cost to actually file. You basically identify your property and sign a piece of paper and give it to the department, and that's what starts the process. So when we're talking about abatement applications, that's the count we're talking about, is people that basically wrote their name down and said, hey, I want more information about how you guys value my property. We taxed over 170,000 parcels in fiscal year 24, and around 1% of those properties filed abatements. So it's 1,700 abatement applications. That's actually a decrease from fiscal year 23 of 5%. And so it's something where my department spends a lot of time every year trying to get values correct, and so that everyone is kind of being charged at their respective and fair and appropriate level. And it's something where we're very concerned about making sure that our data is correct. So when we do get those abatement applications, we do everything we can to kind of respond to them in a timely manner and make sure that we're fixing things that need to be fixed. We have no interest in kind of shoring up values if they're the wrong numbers. And so that's something we put a lot of time and effort into. Because it's a sentiment thing, abatement numbers do tend to go up when property values drop, because people tend to pay a little bit more attention to those cost levels. And so if property values do drop, it would not surprise me if abatement numbers climb. Also, this year is a recertification year with the state for us, which basically means that there are extra approval processes that we have to go through. The numbers get looked at a little differently by the state. It also means that we send out extra notices to taxpayers. And so historically, every recertification year, abatement numbers jump pretty dramatically, just because they're more top of mind to people in terms of what their taxes are. So I would expect a pretty big jump just because of that alone. But again, the number of applications does not correlate into incorrect values. It's very much a backwards looking process. And so we should have the vast majority of information to get the vast majority of properties correct and valued where they need to be.
Thank you so much. And obviously being the district city councilor for 5 geographically diverse neighborhoods, it's really important to me that we're able to fulfill our obligations of fulfilling basic city services for residents. So having that tax base that is steady and secure, not relying too heavily on residential taxes, is incredibly important to me, given that, the property values in my district have skyrocketed over the last 10 years, and folks who have lived there forever are having trouble even paying their current property taxes. So the idea that they would be forced to bear more of the burden is just sort of an impossible feat for some. And so I'm grateful for the administration for being forward thinking, but I really will be separating my thoughts about this from the general budget, because I think there's been a good case to be made that we're forward thinking and that the city is forward thinking and proposing this proposal of trying to have the tools in the toolbox to shift that. But I think it's also really important to note that our budget is similar to what it was last year. And so the idea of what some have suggested of slashing certain city departments is of no interest to me, given that I think the stability of our city workforce to offer basic city services is incredibly important. And I just want to do a last little... Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, you've already gone over your time.
Okay, I just want to do a last
No, you've already gone over your time. I'm so sorry, Councilor Durkin. I've given you way beyond 7 minutes. I'm so sorry. We have to circle back.
Okay, thanks.
All right, I'm sorry. Thank you so much. Councilor Worrell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the panel. Knowing that residential property values are increasing, I know we have a senior residential tax exemption at the State House now. I'm not sure what the status of that tax exemption is, but is there any thought on knowing that residential properties have been appreciating over the last X amount of years, to make sure that we get some exemption for our seniors inside of this home rule petition?
Thank you so much for the question, Councilor Well. So we do not have particular language in this home rule petition to address that issue. There are a number of bills, including the language that we put in with the transfer tax provision, but there are also a few other bills that are up at the State House presently to kind of address the ability of cities and towns, not just Boston, to change some of those minimum levels for qualification for the senior exemption programs, but then also to increase the amount of the exemption as well. And we are hopeful that they pass this session so that we can increase those limits on those programs.
All right. And no need to answer this question, but just kind of wanting to find out like where that's at, what's the progress? Do we think that's going to pass? And if not, should we add some language for senior tax relief in this home rule petition? But when it comes to, the commercial properties, there's Class A to Class B. And I'm thinking about, Class C, all the properties that are really struggling. Is there any thinking around putting more relief for Class C properties? And I've taken a look to see if we classify Class C and Class A and B. I don't think we do that, but is there any other way to kind of identify those who are struggling in this actual market inside of the commercial property realm?
No, that's an excellent question, Counselor. Thank you. So when we do value modeling, a lot of the primary way that we kind of differentiate for different types of commercial property is the rents that those properties are able to achieve, and then also the expenses that those properties generate. And so the kind of Class C property that you're talking about gets lower rents, and it also has higher expenses. And so our modeling does kind of account for both of those factors. It's also potentially less desirable for investors, which is another component that our modeling takes into account. And so the way that relief then flows to those properties isn't so much in the tax rate, because we're very limited in kind of the flexibility that we have with tax rates, but the way that flows through is through those reduced values compared to what's happening in the other sectors of the commercial market. And so this legislation that we're talking about kind of changes one part of this equation in terms of the tax rate, but it's not modifying the valuation system, and that the valuation system is the part that I think really addresses the very important point that you raised.
All right. And then in 5 years before COVID, our total commercial property value grew 11% on average year on year. The rate of growth since COVID in total commercial property value has been 5% on average. We are long past, the boom times before COVID, but what level of commercial property value growth or decline does the city forecast over the next 5 years?
Yeah, it's a great question, Councilor Well, and basically what my department spends all year doing, right, in any given point is kind of working to see where values are to set tax rates. And it's not something where we have the resources to kind of commit to projecting into the future the way that you asked. It'd be great if we had that ability, but it's also something where, like, honestly, even if we had more people, it's not something that is such an easy thing to forecast and to do anything more than like an educated guess at. So really, we focus very much in kind of seeing what's happening in the present, but also looking at the very recent past when we're setting values. And that's really where our effort is committed, to make sure that we're setting those values properly and appropriately. So right now, our information about the future is basically based on kind of news in present day. And we're seeing some indications of stability, but also slight drops to potentially larger sector drops in the areas that you mentioned of Class B and C office, and also small retail space. Those are things that they're honestly like the driving factor behind proposing this legislation now. We're seeing what might be the beginning of a trend, and we just don't know. And so we want to be prepared if things get worse.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. And if there's like any hard numbers to kind of detail to us, that beginning of the trend, that would definitely be helpful for me. My other question is to be I think my last question is, what expected effect, right, do you guys see this having on, new commercial property growth or about residential property growth?
So, Councilor, your question about the expected effect if the legislation were to pass upon growth?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so our intention is that this legislation would not impact the future growth of property. We really view it as kind of a very slight rebalancing and a slight tweak. And so that commercial properties right now, the vast majority of commercial businesses kind of budget based on what their current costs are. And so properties that have value drops will still end up with drops in their taxes, which means they'll still have taxes that are less than what they were budgeting for. And so we don't expect harm there. We don't also expect that the overall level of increase that we're talking about in our levy is going to be something that would then disincentivize people from building new things. And to the extent that this is providing assistance on the residential side, it would potentially make it more attractive to build residential property.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Arenello.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell. We have Councilor Fitzgerald, Braden, and then Weber.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the administration for being on today. A couple of quick short answer questions. And I apologize for if you guys feel that this is going to be repetitive. You'll probably have to say the same thing a couple of times here. But I was going to ask when you have when will we have the full info for setting the rates according to values? I think I heard the fall, right? Each year as that usually comes in, and we have and we set those values each year, and you come in front of the council. I think that was clarified by Councilor Santana. Yep, thank you. There's a 3-year opt-in window, and we talk about a 4-year step down over time. Is that concurrent? Does the 4-year step down start, say we opt in year 3, is it then a 4-year step down from that year 3? Gotcha.
That's correct. Yeah.
So we're potentially talking about something that could be in effect even 7 years from now, whatever we decide on this. If we opt in year 3 and then the 4-year step down, this could take us over the next 7 years of setting these values, correct?
Yeah, so in that instance, it basically would be the next 2 years would operate under the current system, right? And then if there were a dramatic change in commercial property or residential property that makes sense to implement this legislative change, that would be implemented at that point in time to kind of implement the smoothing when it was needed. So part of the reason that we built that in after lots of conversations and internally and externally was that because it is forward looking and because we're kind of trying to create this tool before we have an immediate need for it, we didn't want to lock ourselves into having a kind of this increase in step down occur when we don't actually need to use it.
Okay, thank you. And a quick question, were BPDA, I know there was a question about BPDA properties, were they exempt prior to the transition over to the planning department, to the city? Because I heard, we talked about a new opportunity of taxing BPDA properties, but they're already taxed, correct?
Yeah, I think it depends on the property. Sorry, Chief.
Go ahead, you take it, Nick, and then I'll clarify the comment earlier.
Yeah, so broadly speaking, property that is owned by the BPDA is exempt as a default, unless it's being used for business purposes, in which case then it would be taxed. So if they're leasing it to somebody for business purposes, then that would be taxable space.
And to clarify my comment earlier, Councillor, we've been talking about other revenue generating assets like parking lots, for example, currently over on the BPDA side. Should that come to the city, that revenue that those parking lots or whatever parcel is generating could help to offset the property tax in our budget.
Gotcha.
kind of like the overall share. Yeah.
Understood. All right. No, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. So obviously, like in general, I think the real question here is, I'm concerned. I don't think any of my colleagues here want to see that to go and tell our constituents, hey, the residential tax is going to rise, right? And so I want the mayor to have every tool in her toolbox to be able to prevent that. However, I think that today is a different time in terms of raising on commercial. And so I just wonder, like, what is the impact over time? Because it seems with the smoothing in of the residential properties, I appreciate that we're not going to feel it all at once. But it seems over the 4 years, we will still be shouldering that delta on the residential side, right? So, okay, we're going to smooth in, but we're still going to take it. So at the same time, we're going to raise on commercial. And what is the long-term impact? And I'm thinking even the 7 years, right? Even if it's a third-year opt-in and a 4-year step-down, that's 7 years from now about what the long-term impact is on the commercial setting when, I mean, is it trying to get blood from a stone, really, with the downtown being devalued and everything? And does that even, I worry that we end up saying, we'll put the burden on the commercial properties and they're gonna make up the delta. But really, we're gonna have to increase residential anyway, and both sides end up feeling the burden and you have neither side happy with you, right? And you might kill the potential of any investment in commercial property, which we desperately need as a city. And then the residentials are still going to be angry anyway in 4 years from now when they say, wow, over the past 4 years, I've seen this much of an increase in my taxes. Is that, I mean, right? I'm just thinking that's what I'm worried about.
No, I think that's a really good question, Counselor, and I think it gives us the opportunity to clarify a point that you raised. So the smoothing, in essence, would happen on both sides. Right. And so by transitioning back to the current system over that period of 4 years, then to the extent that commercial property is shouldering an additional burden, as you put it, that additional burden would then decrease and shift back over to residential. And so it's not that it's not like we would be doing this one-time increase to commercial property that then would stay forever, that increase would drop over time and the residential increase would grow over time. So it creates this opportunity for residential property to get more acclimated to their new costs, while commercial property that is honestly already kind of shouldering those costs because of the current shift, they would then decrease over time instead of them having a significant drop all in one 30-day period. So the whole system is not about raising additional revenue. It's really just about tweaking who's responsible for what portion at what period of time. And it's really to just try and avoid like giant spikes in terms of costs being carried by any market segment. And so instead of something with these wild jumps, it's just like a very gradual increase.
I just want to make sure with my constituents, I'm on the up and up with them by saying, look, you are going to shoulder the burden. It's just going to be over time. And the way that this tool could help that is to slowly, like you said, just kind of manage the shift in between so that both sides don't feel it too hard on either side, which I can appreciate, but I just don't want it to be like the vote for the commercial property tax, John, so you don't screw over your residents. It's like, well, you're still going to get it. I want to be honest with them. It's still going to happen. And I'm worried that the argument could be framed as such where people will say, why are you voting against me, John? I'm the average kid, guy and girl. Why are you raising my residential taxes? Well, it's going to happen regardless. I just want to make sure they understand that.
Councilor Fitzgerald, you're at time.
Thanks.
Sorry. Thank you. Councilor Braden and then Councilor Weber.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. In preparation for this hearing on April 3rd, we sent over a request for the data tables. We wanted to see if there was every year, let me see, I've got my wrong glasses on. The assessing department produces updated data tables, and we wanted to see those ahead of time. There's the report, assuming that, and they're produced in a report, the assessing department facts and figures reports for the fiscal years 2022, 23, and 24 are not on the website. And that would be really helpful for us as we think about these. And I'm assuming that those numbers are available. I'm assuming that as we talk about this incredibly important decision that we're making, that those reports are available somewhere. It would be really helpful for us as councillors to have access to those as we consider how we want to move forward. So specifically, we were looking for updated versions of the charts and appendices, charts and figures and appendices for 22, 23, and 24. The figure chart and table for total assessed value, chart and table for classes of property for the fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. Residential assessments for those 3 years, 22, 23, and 24. Classified tax rates for 2018 through 24. The impact of classification, these are all the information that are in those reports. Impact of classification for fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. Chart and table for the property tax levy, the tax levy limit for fiscal years 2018 through 24. The average single family tax bill, which is also part of that report, for fiscal years 2018 through 24, the residential exemption for 2018 through 24, the property tax recap, fiscal years 18 to 24, the tax levy limit in millions of dollars for fiscal years 2018 to 24, and the average residential taxes for the Greater Boston area, not just for single family homes for fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. And we'd have loved to have seen those ahead of time, but are those available for us? So could we see those reports? I'm assuming they're ready.
Hi, Councillor. I'm so sorry that you didn't get that material. I thought that was shared with your office last week. If you haven't gotten it, I will make sure that gets to you.
I was told that you presently don't have updated versions of the reports, so would really love to see the updated versions of the reports. That'd be really helpful.
Just to clarify, so the facts and figure reports, we don't have updated versions of, but we updated all the tables that you referenced and sent over updated tables.
Okay.
Hopefully they got sent to you. Again, if they did not, I apologize, and I'll make sure they do.
No, we haven't seen them. Yes. So the actual reports haven't been put all together into a collated report, but the data, the tables are available. Okay, excellent. That would be helpful. The other question I have is just thinking about, assessed value. Given the amount of speculative investment in real estate in Boston, are we overvaluing our real estate? We've gotten used to generating huge amounts of income from our real estate, but in residential they've owned forever, are finding that their homes are doubling and tripling and quadrupling in value, but a lot of it is driven by speculative investment. How do we handle that issue?
Thank you, Councillor. It's an excellent question. So we're obligated by state law to value every property at its full fair market value every year. And so that's a process that we go through where we build models and we send the state data on assessment to sale ratios to then support those models. And then also constituents have the opportunity to come into us every year and file an abatement if they think that we missed the mark and we value them at more than market value for any particular year. And so the process is kind of set within a very strict framework. So it's not something where we have the discretion to be like, hey, all single families in your neighborhood are selling for $1 million, we're just going to value it at $500,000. That's something we're not allowed to do. Not that that's what you're suggesting. I'm just kind of want to give a broad overview of kind of how the system works.
Yeah, and it's a concern for me because what is it, 20% of the homes that were sold in Massachusetts the last year were bought by private equity. They're not normal people. They come in with cash and buy homes. So it's like there's two markets here. There's a speculative market, and then there's a regular real estate market for ordinary folks who just want to buy a home. So it's really, trying to level the playing field and make sure that we're being fair to our residents who just want to invest in a home and live and commit, be settled and committed to living in the city rather than people who want to make a fast buck out of it.
Thank you.
You mentioned the reassessment. Are we due for a reassessment by the recertification of our assessment by the state? Like, is it that this year or is it a couple of years out? So
that is this year. So we update values every year, and those values get approved every year by the state. But every few years, this recertification process comes up. It's every 4 to 5 years. The schedule has changed slightly over recent time. But the next one scheduled for the city of Boston is this upcoming fiscal year 25.
And enlighten me a little about what the process is for the 5-year recertification. Like, is there a schedule of, like, it doesn't all happen within 3 months? It has to be a big process. Like, what's the work plan for how that's all going to happen, and when do they start?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. In the city of Boston, we do a lot of work to kind of constantly be updating values so that when we do have these recertification periods, they're a little less work than they would otherwise be. So basically, over the entire 4-year period between recertifications, we do a lot of work to update models and do value trending. But a lot of the baseline work is basically data collection. So it's going out into the field and reaching out to constituents to make sure that the data that we have about property is correct. We also do a lot of work reviewing deeds and reviewing sales listings. We reach out to commercial properties to get information about their income and expenses. It's also a process that we do every year to kind of build more accurate models. And so that's really the bulk of it, is doing that. And then we kind of, the way assessing works, I mentioned earlier we had 170,000 taxable parcels. We don't go out and do like individual appraisals of everyone's home. It's a modeling approach that's a top-down approach. And so it's based on having accurate property data and then getting accurate data about the transactions that are happening in the marketplace. And then using the modeling system to kind of have those two lines map onto each other to then spit out individual values. Part of what happens during a recertification year, aside from the state kind of checks different statistical reports from us to make sure that we're hitting the fair market value requirements for different time periods and for different neighborhoods and different market segments. But in addition to that, there's also a disclosure period where we send everybody information about their property value before the final values are set, and give people an additional opportunity to come in and talk to us before everything is finalized, so that we can make sure that we're valuing things based off of accurate data.
Councilor Braden, you are at time. So sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll come back for a second round.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm happy that you mentioned that. We will have a second round for everybody who has additional questions. Councilor Weber and then myself.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, so you probably said this already, but what is the levy limit now?
That is a great question that I will have to dig up.
Okay. And just correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm new to this space. So there's the levy limit. We collect that, and then we we toggle the residential and commercial tax rates so we can get to, oh no, so we toggle those rates so we can get to that number. Is that how it works?
Yeah, no, it's a really good question. So we don't have the ability to like individually control the residential and the commercial tax rate. They're inextricably tied to each other in this formula that happens through this classification shift. And so the default scenario is we basically have one rate for all property that's based on the overall value of property and then based on the amount of the levy, which, to answer your question there, the levy for fiscal year 2024 was $3,188,712,074.75. And so then that amount of money gets split amongst all of our property values. And as I was saying, the default scenario is to have one tax rate. The shift that the city has enabled since it became an option creates two tax rates. And so that lets us push a portion of that tax levy onto commercial property instead of residential. And so 175% is the shift that we've been using in recent history. And this legislation would potentially allow us to increase that shift ever so slightly to kind of do this rebalancing effect.
Yeah. I'm talking about, so it's 200%. If we get up, if this passes, it would be 200% of the dollar amount that's collected from residents, not the, I'm just getting confused between the rates and the amounts.
Yeah, no, to be quite honest, I can confuse myself on it a little bit when you start talking about minimum residential factors and percentages. The way that I kind of remember what the 200% is it's not increasing the dollar amount of taxes that we're collecting, but it's basically like a slight tweak to the rate. So if you look at the overall rate for fiscal year 24, that would have been $14 and I believe 44 cents. Yep, $14.44. So that's the tax rate that we would have had if we had no shift whatsoever, and that would have applied to all property classes. By having 175% shift, we basically changed the tax rate for commercial property by taking that $14.44 and multiplying it by 1.75. And so that's when you end up with a commercial tax rate that is $25.27. And then correspondingly, the residential rate drops down.
Okay, and then so when I hear things like, if we don't do this, the residential, residents will be paying 30% more, it's a possibility. Are we talking about the rate that they'll be paying, or 30%? If they're paying $10,000 now, they're paying $13,000 next year? Or is it just the rate going up?
So the fear is the overall amount of taxes would go up. And so the 30% number that one of the counselors mentioned earlier, and I believe earlier I referenced a 42% increase as to what would have happened between fiscal year 2003 and fiscal year 2004 if this change had not happened then. That 42% increase would have been an increase in the taxes owed by the average single-family taxpayer.
Okay, and even if we don't increase the rate of the taxes for residents, they would be paying more in taxes if the assessed value goes up, right? Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we might not even be raising the rates, but just we're expecting because the residential rates go. Okay, what is your and I guess this is following up on Councilor Worrell's question, but what is the forecast for our vacancies in commercial properties? What do you have any? I'm sure where do we think we're going to be in 5 years?
I wish that I could give you a good answer on that. I honestly, my crystal ball is not that clear to be able to dictate, and I think that the city is doing everything it can to kind of try and maintain vibrancy and do what we can to kind of support business and support residents.
Well, I guess so. What's the response to the question of, that was 6 minutes, and Councilor Collette, I think we're doing 7. Well, hey, we can address this problem now. Then, if we're really in a cyclical, change, or a structural change in the way our office space works, and maybe it's good policy to make a fix that gives us the chance to do that. I'm not judging it one way or the other, but is this just a temporary fix and we're going to be back here 3-4 years from now saying, okay, well, we're stuck with permanent 20% vacancy rates and now we have to reassess? Or well, I guess what's your response to that? Like, well, we're just fixing a problem we're going to have to address again a couple of years from now.
I can take a first pass, and then Nick, please feel free. I mean, I think you raise an excellent point, Councillor, and it's precisely why we really like this piece of legislation, because it does have that time, that time horizon that gives us some runway to deal with this over time, and also exactly why we added that opt-in window for the next 3 years, right? Because we are, doing our best to sort of peek around the corner and see what the leading indicators are telling us, but, we are sort of, guessing like a lot of people, and I think this year is going to be really instructive to us in how we see the future as we're going through and updating values. Like I said, everything that we're doing here is very backward, right? So all of the values that are going to feed into the 25 tax rates are based on the market activity in 2023. So this year is going to be really instructive for us. I think we hear from a lot of folks that this is the year leases are turning over, things like that. So we're going to learn a lot in this upcoming year, and is exactly why we created that flexibility to give us that opportunity to deal with the problem if and when it arises. So we're not sort of stuck in, kind of in 5 years in a tough spot, needing to sort of come back to the drawing board.
Thank you, Councilor Weber.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to my colleagues for their great and thoughtful questions. I do appreciate everybody's adherence to the time. I will start the clock myself at 7 minutes and circle back with any questions that I may have. But I do want to start out first and foremost, which I think with the top challenge, I guess, to this piece of legislation, which is around the conversation of value loss versus revenue loss. And you did have a slide deck that talked about it, where you all assert that if value drops for one class property, commercial and residential tax rates are impacted, but it does not impact our revenue. And so there's a line in here that says changes in valuation alone do not impact the revenue we are allowed to collect, which is antithetical to what happens right now, which is the changes in valuation for residential property taxes doesn't impact the revenue that we collect, where it increases the amount of money that we're getting from people. So I don't know if I have that right. Can you just elaborate on this point and clarify and or repeat what you said earlier? And then that way I can maybe have a follow-up question, because this idea, again, of value loss versus revenue loss, all indicators show, like if commercial property parcels are valued lower, then we will decrease our tax base. So can you just elaborate on that again and explain it for me now?
Go
ahead, Nick.
Chair, thank you so much for the question, Chair. I think that, just to reiterate what Chief Kruppenberger said in the beginning, whether this legislation passes or not, the current system, but also the system that would exist if this legislation were to pass, neither of those things are revenue impacting. So in the current system right now, if values drop, it just means that there is a change in tax rates. It does not mean the city collects less money. And the same thing is true if this legislation were to pass. So in both instances, value increases mean that tax rates go down, and value decreases mean that tax rates go up. And that's a across the board statement. And then there's a little bit more complexity involving how that works for residential and commercial because of the split rate. But the overall main point is that this is not a revenue solving device. The revenue would be the same regardless.
And Councillor, just to further elaborate on that, so it all goes back to the rules around the tax levy and the 2.5%. So when we're setting our budget for fiscal 25, we sort of base that off of what was last year's levy limit. We grow that by 2.5%, and then we make some assumptions about new growth, like new things that are going to be built out in the world that we're not taxing currently. We don't make any sort of assumptions about values when we're setting our property tax revenue budget. We're just taking last year's levy and growing it by what is currently allowed under state law, which is that 2.5%, plus some allowance for new growth.
Okay, thank you. It's providing a better picture of the seesaw that folks are talking about. So I appreciate that. And I do think it was worthwhile coming back to it because this has been the main point of contention around, or at least in the media. So thank you so much for that. I did ask for, just thinking about how many projects are coming online and in the pipeline that has commercial space or mixed uses within them. And so I asked for data from the BPDA of how much commercial space will be coming online within the next 5 years within this horizon, given the existing development projects. I'm wondering, if we could try to get that. I mean, a lot of these commercial spaces are going to be Class A, given that they're new. I'm wondering, at what point do those? At what point? I mean, I guess this is for any commercial space, but when there's new construction. Like at what point do they start paying in the existing rate? Are they going to be paying in the existing rate? Say they come in online instead of FY25, they're coming in on FY26, so they automatically get lumped into this tax rate. And does it happen when it's like the certificate of occupancy is provided? Like at what point do they start paying the city?
Thank you so much for the question. Chairman Coletta. I think that trying to think of the easiest way to say this. Basically, everything that is taxable gets valued every year, and then the value of the thing is a little bit the part that you're talking about. So if you have a construction project that on a particular January 1st date, so let's say for fiscal year 25, we're looking at kind of what was in existence and what was complete as of January 1st, 2024. And so if you have an office project that's 50% built at that point in time, then we value that based on the percent complete, and then it pays the commercial tax rate that would apply as well for that fiscal year. So the increased value and the increased growth gets captured each fiscal year as it makes advancements. So let's say in fiscal year 26, that same project was 80% complete, then that 30% change in value becomes growth for fiscal year 26. But it's not something where we kind of go from like 0 to 100. Does that help?
Yes, that does. Thank you so much. Getting into the specifics with the language in section 1, it talks about the special law only being utilized if our properties would contribute to a higher percentage of the tax levy than they did the previous year. You talked a little bit about the process and the operations within the assessing department, board of assessors, all of that. When will we know fully when our properties will contribute a higher percentage of the tax levy than what they did? At what point this year?
So we would know that in advance of the classification hearing that we'll have in probably late November, early December this year would be my guess as to when that process would be ready. In essence, once we know where things are heading, that's when we have the classification hearing for you.
Okay. And then going to the language in section 2, talking about the schedule. If RO properties don't contribute like a higher percentage in say FY 2025, so it doesn't trigger this threshold, but it does so in FY 26, it will start right at the rate of 2025. If I'm reading the language correctly, it'll be and that's my timer. But it won't go directly to a factor of 47, right? It'll go to 45 if this doesn't kick in until 2026.
Yeah, no, that's a great question, Counselor. So the percentages that would kick in is basically the way that this is presently drafted is that the 3-year kind of execution option that we have in the legislation is to start that initial shift to go up to 200%. I know the 45% part you're talking about is kind of on the other end for the residential factor, and it's another limiting issue. Most likely it's not going to end up coming into play for us. The part that'll end up probably coming into play is more the maximum shift onto commercial, which is the 200%, 197. That's why we spend more time talking about that than we do the 45% part on the other side. So in essence, we would have 3 years to implement the tool, and then when the tool is implemented, it would then start that potential ramp down. But also, as was mentioned earlier, I believe by Councilor Santana, it would not necessitate going to those maximum levels, even if we do implement the tool. There are some constraints that are built into the statute that would keep us from going to those maximums. But other than that, it still would necessitate a dialogue between the city and the council to determine what the appropriate level is and determine what the appropriate shift should be for any given year.
Okay, thank you so much. And my last question is, because this is a home rule petition, it's contingent on passage at the State House, and there's been a lot of talk about trying to get this up before session ends. Who are the identified sponsors, and what's the pathway to passage?
Councilor, I would be happy to follow up with you on sort of those logistics about kind of who would carry it up at the state level. We have had conversations with folks in the Boston delegation, but we can certainly loop back to you and make sure you have updated information on kind of the strategy there.
Okay, thanks so much. Oops, sorry. We'll go back to through order of arrival for questions. This time, it was 7 minutes. We'll limit it to 4, so a little over half. We'll go to Councilor Louisiane and Councilor Flynn and Murphy. Councilor Louisiane, I can't see if you're in or not.
I'm here.
Okay, happy to see you. Go right ahead. You have 4 questions, or excuse me, 4 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for asking such great questions. Thank you to the admin for answering them to the best of your ability. I have a question that sort of hooks off of Councilor Weber's question, is that we are looking at this as a temporary solution for what could be like a long-term cultural shift in how people work, in a hybrid nature of having folks work temporarily from home, in part from home and in part from the office. What are the projections for what happens if this is indeed a long-term shift? And I ask that because I think it's really great. I always think it's really great to look at what has happened in the past. And I love that you are anchoring yourselves deeply into the past, the pre and post 2003 Menino world, right? It was in 2003. Yeah, the 2003 world. But there wasn't this sort of like shift away from office buildings in the way that was present in 2003. So trying to think about what if this is a permanent gear change here.
Yeah, I can take a pass, and Nick, feel free to jump in. I think you're totally right. I mean, looking to 2003 as a guide has been really helpful and instructive to us, but you're right, it's different in that I don't think the world has ever experienced this sort of major shift.
Like structural change, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right, exactly. And so for us, I think that is exactly why we're sort of leaning into giving ourselves periods of time to phase this in. So should this be something that is kind of permanent or, kind of more of a systemic shift in the way we work and the way we utilize office buildings, we have time to absorb that as opposed to absorbing it all at once each time it happens. So I think, there's a lot of work that we're doing, like I said, trying as best as we can to identify what are those indicators, work really closely with some of the experts out there in the field who look at this stuff all the time and focus on this all the time. But, you know, I think your question is exactly why we're pursuing this. We really want to make sure that we have time to absorb that and give ourselves the ability to return to normal or arrive at a new normal, and whatever that is, so that it is not as abrupt as it otherwise would be under our current limits.
Thank you. I guess several of my colleagues have mentioned this, but looking towards other revenue sources, and I know that the Governor Healy has explored, you know, more local controls on taxes on meals, lodging, and vehicle excise taxes, and I think that's an important part. I'm wondering what the administration is looking at, and you know, home rule authority really limits us in our ability to how we can raise, you know, revenues and what's categorized as a tax versus what's categorized as a fee. Are there things that we are looking at that are completely within our own purview without having to request special authority from the state in terms of raising revenue? And what are those options?
Yeah, so you appropriately note that we're very limited. So just a couple of things that come to mind, and they've come up a little bit, but I'll package them all together. So in this budget that we just rolled out a couple of days ago, a lot of that growth is coming from non-property tax sources of revenue. So we are really leaning into this high interest rate environment and the fact that our cash is generating a lot more interest and revenue for us. So that is helping, you know, support some of the revenue growth in this budget and take away the pressure on our budget from property taxes. We've talked a lot about also the pilot program, the voluntary program we have with nonprofit institutions, major nonprofit institutions in the city. So for, you know, a while, you know, many months now, the administration has been having conversations with those partners to sort of revamp and have that program sort of evolve into this current moment so that it is more reflective of the time we are in. So those are just, you know, kind of two examples of things that we are kind of within our control that we're really leaning into and trying to, you know, move the needle on so that we can rely less on property tax going forward.
Thank you. And then lastly, at the, you know, breakfast the other day, the mayor discussed some things that the administration had been looking at in partnership with the business community, in partnership with Professor Glazer over at Harvard, regarding tax incentives, tax breaks for folks. I believe it was for development community, and the decision that in the long term it would not be in the best interest of this city's purse to pursue those options. Can you talk a little bit about more about what that looked like, about what those conversations were like? We at the council weren't aware that those conversations were happening, so would love to know more about that.
Sure, and we'd be very happy to, you know, kind of spend more time with you outside of this hearing to talk about some of that. But I think the mayor's comments at the Research Bureau breakfast are, you know, part of exactly what I would echo to you all. You know, there's obviously a lot of you know, this moment, this macroeconomic moment of high interest rates, high construction costs has obviously created strain, I think, on some in the development community. And so we in the city worked really closely with colleagues in and outside of the city to understand what options exist. And as the mayor noted, you know, kind of the things that are sort of outside of our control and to move the needle on are sort of greater than our ability to break that logjam. And so, you know, we decided at this moment it didn't make a lot of sense for us to pursue that. But obviously, you know, this is a really, I think, just a really unique moment in the economy where we've got a lot of pressures that are things that are happening to us. And so what we are trying to do is best with our ability within our realm of control, make sure that we have the tools available to us to sort of turn that dial and make things feel as normal as possible and be responsive to this moment.
Thank you, Councilor Loujean. Sorry, time's up. Councilor Flynn and then Councilor Murphy.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chief, and thank you to Nick as well. So the business community would not be getting any tax breaks as part of this process. Is that correct?
So this piece of legislation is just solely focused on, adjusting the maximums allowed under state law.
Right, but as it relates to the development community and ongoing development that's taking place in Boston, are any businesses receiving tax breaks in the future, or have they received any tax breaks in the past?
So the administration, we put forward, as you recall, a program to incentivize conversion of office buildings to residential. So under those agreements, there are some incentives, in the form of tax relief to incentivize those conversions. But as part of this legislation or elsewhere, currently there's nothing in this piece of legislation that would offer any additional incentives on the development side.
What is the reaction from the development community, the real estate community, potential tax increase impacting their industry? What are their thoughts? What are they feeling about right now? And do they have confidence in Boston's strategy?
So I think, what we have been doing in the last couple of weeks since we put this forward is trying as best as possible to explain how the tool works and point to the past to demonstrate how it has successfully been utilized in the past. As I noted, because we are pursuing this proactively, we are doing so sort of without the benefit of the updated value information. And the values is really what drives everything that will happen after that. And so in pointing to the past, as best we can to show how the tool worked, how it was utilized successfully. That is what Nick and I have been doing spending a lot of time doing over the last couple of weeks, trying to explain it to resident groups, business groups, to help everyone sort of understand that this will allow us to do that fine tuning so that we are not experiencing, outsized harm on any one particular group. I think, I will say, property tax is kind of confusing, right? There's a lot of nuances here. This goes up, that goes down, right? It's not always super intuitive. So I think, we're doing our best to just sort of educate folks and point to the past to say that the city has relied successfully on this tool before, and it is our hope to have it available to us again.
How would the city council do its due diligence by also listening to the business community, the real estate community, about what their concerns are before we vote on this? Are we able to host, sessions where we can include the business community and your team would be able to attend? Or how would the communication go from the city councilors to the business community and the administration team to ensure the business community, their voices are heard by city council members prior to a vote?
So, I will, we are happy to sit down with any group, any, person that wants to talk more about this and understand how it works. So we certainly can make ourselves available to do that if that would be helpful to you all.
Are those conversations ongoing now with the business community?
We have, in developing this, we had many conversations with folks in the business.
Did someone say something? I'm sorry, Chief. I apologize.
That's okay. We worked closely with members of the business community, with members of the real estate community as we were putting this out. And again, like I said, it's complex, and we're sort of being proactive, which puts us at a little bit of an information deficit. So happy to come and try and demystify this as much as possible to a group that hasn't heard us do this kind of pitch before.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, we will do a third round if necessary. Okay, we have Councilor, excuse me, I'm just going to my notes. Councilor Mejia and then Councilor Santana.
Yeah, great, thank you. Can you guys hear me? Because my internet is a little bit choppy. Just confirm that you can hear me, Chair?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, thanks. Great, thank you. So I just want to give a shout out to Councilor Breeden for recognizing the assignment and really understanding the role that we play here is really around being the checks and balances and accountability and getting information so that we can make informed decisions is really key as part of our policy making protocols here. So I really would appreciate having the same access to information that Councilor Breeden has asked for. If you can also share that with my office, I would appreciate that. And I do believe, right, and it just feels like this has been the marathon of policymaking in the last 5 or 6 months. We haven't even been in office, and I feel like there's been a constant water hose thrown at the council's face, and we have not been able to breathe. Because every time we turn around, it is another piece of legislation that we are steamrolling through the process. And so just, I apologize for my frustration, but at the same time, I really think it's important for me to note it. I think, Chief, it would be really helpful for me to understand this piece here. I know we keep going back to alternative approaches, right? To, addressing the challenge of declining commercial real estate. And I'm just curious, where are we with that? And I'm also sad that in this particular hearing, this is not a working session, this is a public hearing. And normally, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but I've been in public hearings where I've heard from more than just the administration. So I don't know if that's the new normal now or this is different. I don't know what I'm walking into, but it would be important for us to hear from different folks so that we can have the full picture, not just, the snapshot that we're being presented with. But to my question, and if and please correct me if I'm wrong, but Boston's current tax rate for residential property is $10.90 per thousands of dollars of valuation minus exemption of owner-occupied dwelling, right? And $25.27 is for commercial and industry property. In Cambridge, the residential property tax is $5.92 per thousand, minus a $3,000 exemption for owner-occupied units and $10.46 for commercial and industrial property. And Cambridge has a AAA bond rating for 25 years in a row now. What accounts for this dramatic discrepancy, and how can we model Cambridge, the tax structure in Cambridge? And I know that's not going to be an excellent or a good question because questions, but it is a question that I have.
No, I appreciate the question, Counselor. I think that I'm not sure there's like a quick and easy way to answer that. I think part of it has to do with the overall property value in Cambridge and their overall levy. And it's just different municipalities have different finances. So without kind of digging into the full math of their situation, I don't feel like I can kind of give you an answer that's probably going to be satisfactory.
And for those folks who are tuning in, can you just confirm for us that this conversation will not have a negative effect on business owners such as barbershops, corner stores, like the smaller mom and pops? You're just talking about big commercial real estate, right? But those folks in downtown, can you just talk to us about the impact on the workforce, if any?
Sure, appreciate the question, Counselor. So we are talking about a change to the shift that will impact commercial tax rates as a whole. There's the impact grows as the property value grows, right? So the tax rate is per $1,000 of value. So the more property is worth, the more they'll feel the impact of a change in the tax rate. Again, when we spoke a little bit earlier about those small businesses that are likely in smaller commercial properties, part of it has to do with their agreement with their landlord or where they own the property themselves. The vast majority of small business owners do not pay taxes directly to the city, but have some arrangement with their landlord depending on their lease. And that's a relationship that we don't govern. But to the extent that those smaller properties have not seen and are not seeing increases in their property value, we do not anticipate that this is going to create a substantial burden upon them.
Councilman,
I want to get one more question.
I appreciate it.
Oh, Lord.
Sorry, I'm trying to be fair to everybody. It's been 4 minutes. Thank you so much. And just to your point earlier about hearing from the administration and others, I do look forward to hearing from industry experts soon. We have some folks signed up from nonprofits, from the real estate industry, folks from the community. And so I'm looking forward to that. Anybody is willing and able to testify, you can send an email to megan.cavanaugh@boston.gov as indicated in the first.
Chair, for clarity though, those are public testimonies, so those are not panelists, right? I just want to be clear that those folks have been invited just as public testimony, right? They're not part of the slate, right? These are just public testimonies. There's no panelists, right, in this hearing?
Councilman, do you have suggestions on who else should be joining us in terms of a panel? I mean, this is, I don't know if there's a distinction here, and it's also up to the discretion as it is with anybody else. Who chairs
well,
the
no,
committee.
it wasn't my hearing, so I wasn't sure. I just showed up. I didn't know that I had to recommend. I was under the assumption that there have been hearings in which we've heard from multiple stakeholders, not just the administration. So that's the clarity that I'm trying to gain.
We do intend to hear from multiple stakeholders. Like there's no limitation on any conversation here. So I want to be clear on that. There's no limitation on who could weigh in. All stakeholders are invited to the table. All right, we have Councilor Santana and Councilor Durkin.
Great, thank you, Chair. And just to that point, to Councilor Mejia's point, it would be useful if we could hear from experts that could speak to how the residential and commercial tax rates in Cambridge and other nearby cities compared to Boston, and what factors impact those. Perhaps that's something that we could consider for the future discussion, and just really appreciate your leadership here. To my questions, Chief, you stated that the goal is to maintain roughly a 60-40 split between property taxes collected from commercial properties and property taxes collected from residential properties. As you also discussed, this legislation includes a requirement that the split can't have residential property taxes become a lower percentage of the total tax revenue than in the previous year. That gives guidance on how this could work once it started. But since this provision is optional and is written to allow a 3-year window for whether we opt in at all, what criteria will we use in deciding when and whether we begin this optional 5-year provision? You've also stated if there was a dramatic change in commercial property values, but what could we consider a dramatic change where we will decide we need to use this?
Nick, do you want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, happily. Thank you so much for the question, Councilor. So I think that it a little bit turns into a math problem. So it a little bit turns into like, once we have the values finalized and we can like see what the overall weight is between the commercial and the residential sector, we'll then be able to determine whether it is something that whether we could even implement the tool at all, because it might be that there are constraints in place that would say that we couldn't implement the tool because certain triggering events haven't happened. So if there's not a dramatic change between the relative value of the residential and commercial property sectors, then we wouldn't be able to use the tool even if we wanted to use the opt-in window, right? So that's one component of it. I think that broadly speaking, where the tool is designed to gradually increase the burden upon residential property, if we're not seeing a dramatic shift in the residential tax rate, then it wouldn't make sense to implement the tool. So if we go through the process of setting values and setting rates through the normal course, and we see that there's a modest increase in the residential rate or a decrease in the residential rate, then I think that would be a situation where we wouldn't choose to opt in. I think it very much has to do with right now we're in this data gathering phase where commercial properties are sending submissions back to us to kind of tell us what their recently signed leases were, what income levels they're receiving, and so and like what vacancy levels they have. And so when we actually get that data and can start to process it, we'll be able to figure out a little bit more of like what's actually going on in the market and not speculate based off of news stories. So right now we're a little bit in limbo and we're waiting for that data so we can really see what is happening in our market around us.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. Just a quick follow-up. That decision to opt in will be made with the input of the council?
I believe as written, the decision to opt in would be the decision of the city, and then the actual rate setting in terms of the percentage shift would be with the input of the council.
Okay, thank you. To my next question, the largest 5 commercial property tax payers in Boston collectively own over $13.5 billion of property just in the city of Boston. That's based on the FY23 assessments values. Following up on an earlier question by my colleagues, Councilor Worrell and Durkin, for the office and commercial properties that are experiencing drops in value, how many of those are properties that are owned by these massive businesses versus properties that are owned by small local businesses?
That's a really good question that I wish I could give you like a very factual answer right now, because we're still in that data gathering phase. Sorry, been talking for too many hours. Because we're still in that data gathering phase, it's something where I just don't have hard numbers to share with you right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. And if I may, one last question.
Thank you. No, I'm so sorry, Councilor Santana, you're past time. We'll go to the next round. Okay, Councilor Durkin, you are next.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thanks for keeping us on track. We could go on forever about this, but I wanted to begin where I ended last time, and I know a lot of my colleagues have promoted their ideas in terms of other revenue streams, but something my office has been working on and interested in is reevaluating and discussing community impact fees. I know that the city stopped receiving community impact fees from cannabis dispensaries due to changes in state law, but have not yet revisited given the new implementing of from the Cannabis Control Commission has made some edits to the way that that is working. So, Chief, I wanted to ask if the city and the administration had considered. Obviously, as we talk about, we have a lot of dispensaries emerging. I think as of January 2024, there were 49 approved cannabis dispensaries. And so being able to accept, that up to 3% in community impact is something that I'm interested in. And I know as we're considering different revenue streams, just curious if that's something that's been included in the conversation.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So the topic of impact fees specifically is an interesting one. And as you noted, the city made a decision maybe a year and a half ago to stop charging those. And because the nexus of sort of the fee and the impact was really, really tight, right? And I think we in the city at the time were, we didn't feel like we saw the very direct impact of the dispensaries because the fee could only be used to deal with the very direct impacts of the dispensaries. And so sort of in the absence of being able to make that very, very tight connection, the city made a decision to stop charging those. But I think should we, of course, start to notice that there are increased impacts in terms of traffic or anything like that, that we need to be recouping additional costs, that we still have that ability. But at the time, we weren't, really that high burden of proof was difficult, and so we wanted to kind of take a step back, but could certainly revisit it if we felt like it was warranted.
And I won't get too into it, but in my district, there are a ton of businesses that are right on like commercial corridors where there will be increased traffic, there will be increased, my pet peeve is like the increased littering and, the need for sort of more maintenance of the street. So I could see, at least for my district, some of the more direct impacts, but happy to have a conversation with you offline about that. And want to yield back my time because I know I took a little over the last time. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor Durkin, Councilor Morrell, and then Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you again to Chief and Commissioner. And just to, just for clarity, there's currently the senior tax exemption has not, that has not passed. Do we have any update on if that is gonna pass? On the progress of the senior tax exemption that's with the transfer tax at the State House?
So
I would say that
Nick,
we're,
unless you have something to add, I was going to say we could certainly follow up with sort of more specificity, but Nick, maybe you have information that I don't.
yeah, no, I don't. I was just going to say that we're hopeful, but I'm bad at predicting one way or another whether things pass. It's not a skill that I possess, unfortunately.
No, thank you. And then just based off of, 03 and 04, if we don't do anything, right, taxes on our seniors could increase by, I believe what you were saying, like 3 to 4 times the amount, right, on their tax bill.
So in 04, when a similar measure was proposed, the average single-family tax bill would have increased by 40%. And by having the tool and implementing it, those increases were not insignificant, but more reasonable, 12 to 14%. And so you're right, that potential increase was almost 3 times what ended up occurring.
Awesome. And then, Chief, you was talking about, working and having conversations with experts around, the commercial property landscape. In those conversations, have they pointed to like any indicators that are at historic highs or lows, whether it's rent, vacancy rates? Can you kind of give us more of a picture of what's going on with the commercial landscape through your conversations with the experts on indicators that they might have pointed out to you?
Sure. It's a little bit, kind of a mixed story out there, but, I think one of the big indicators we look at is around vacancy. I think the latest is that we're at, I want to say, Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, 12% commercial vacancy. I think that sounds right. So that's sort of your leading indicator there. I mentioned that the 25 values will be based on market activity that's happening in calendar year, that had happened calendar year 2023. So you think about once in a while in the Globe, you see a story about a building that sold for less than it did the year before, or less than assessed value, right? So those sort of little things. Is that a one-off? Is that a trend? So as Nick was mentioning, we'll sort of be able to discern whether or not that's a trend. So things like that come up from time to time. But I think one thing I've learned as I've been going through this, it's nuanced, it's complicated. There's unfortunately not sort of like one explanation that usually you can apply with like a broad brush to the whole sector. I think there's, also potentially some good news that comes out of that sector too, right? You see people, if there's softening in the market, you could see people being able to afford office space that they otherwise wouldn't be able to, right? So we're hoping that, again, over the next year, we'll be able to do that data collection and really understand what's a one-off, what's a trend, and with this tool, be able to kind of like fine tune there to make sure that we are, trying to stabilize things as much as possible.
And the 12%.
Thank you, Councilor Morrell.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, you were just on the line there. Can you ask one more question?
Okay, and the 12% vacancy rate, is that higher than the pre-COVID or last year? Like where does 12% fall in terms of like in historical context?
Sure. I'm happy to follow up with more specificity there. I don't want to, say something is that it isn't, so I can follow up on kind of the specifics around our vacancy. But I will say, relative to other parts of the country, we are in better shape than some other major cities. on that front, but I will kind of give you the correct comparison point so that we are sharing accurate information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Worrell, Councilor Fitzgerald, and then Burden and Weber.
Thank you, Chair. So say we go with this and we set the rates and the shift, occurs over to the commercial property. What is the administration planning to do to keep the property owners in downtown Boston and help them as they sort of navigate these lower valuations?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So it's all part of a kind of like multi-front approach that we're taking to downtown, right? So I talked earlier about the conversion of commercial to residential. That's a huge thing that we're pursuing. That takes time, right? But is something we're pursuing. We're working really closely with the downtown bid on some of the activations and work that we're doing downtown. We are through ARPA funds, leveraging ARPA funds for space grants to make sure that we can bring, and fill some of those vacant storefronts. What else? And I think also just sort of, so much of this is a bit outside of our control as a city, but, issues around transportation with the MBTA, making sure we're really engaged on that. Issues around childcare, making sure that there are affordable places for people to bring their children if they are coming back to work here. And then on the visitor front, the revitalization of Quincy Market is another major initiative for us as we're getting a new operator in there. So all of these things are sort of happening at the same time. The impact of them are, maybe a slightly longer time horizon, which is why we feel like this tool is really important. It gives us that sort of ability to deal with it in the immediate term, while some of these kind of longer term initiatives are playing out to ensure that Boston remains vibrant and is a place that people want to live, work, and visit.
Thank you. Sorry, only because I know my time's limited as well.
I know, I'm sorry.
But you spoke of the ARPA funds and things like that. And I'm thinking about, we know the ARPA, ESSER money, all that stuff's running out now, and a lot of that stuff is being sort of baked into our budget. I'm wondering, how does the administration plan to address the city budget spending growth? Because those are things that we only had because of this extra money. I'm thinking, are we now taxing the commercial more to make sure we keep those programs going? Because I think Councilor Murphy mentioned it before about, we got to look at what we can cut, I feel, rather than just how do we keep this stuff that was only around because of this once in a lifetime additional revenue that we had, and then just shift the tax burden on to keep it going, rather than saying, well, let's look at what we need to cut to make sure nobody really has to increase the taxes too much all around.
So I would say, a vast majority of the programs that the city begun under ESSER were designed to be one time. A lot of the, not ESSER, ARPA, the $500 million, dollars of ARPA money that the city received, a lot of it went to, one-time infusions into housing. And it was designed specifically so that it would not create ongoing cost burden for us. So we're still spending down our ARPA money, and we have a few more years to spend down that. We're being very thoughtful and making sure that we are not just adding a new, $500 million set of expenses onto the budget. And then with ESSER funding, which is the pot that went to BPS, you've seen over the last two budgets kind of a thoughtful transition of some, not all, of that programming over to the city. But it's been a little bit of a, adjustment, right? Some of it's coming and remaining on the budget ongoing, but a lot of it was one time in nature and is not continuing. So look, spending sustainability is something I think about all the time, and really making sure that we're not setting ourselves up for a big fiscal cliff. So we're very thoughtful about ongoing cost growth in this budget, and making sure we're being very thoughtful and limiting it to things that are, very essential to continuing, critical city services that residents and businesses expect.
Councilor Fitzgerald, you're out of time.
Yeah, Chair, can I make one suggestion? Could we just do, think about an exemption for the smaller businesses that may be hit the hardest? I know I don't have time to get a response on that, but I wanted to fit that in right before the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Burden and Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few questions. I'm back to the sort of valuation and reassessment, recertification thing. You know, I worry about our ability to, you know, good data management, because we need to get up to speed. I know the State Executive Office of Technology Services and Security, which is sort of the state level do it, publishes a Massachusetts GIS standard for digital assessor parcels file to promote a standardized tax parcel mapping across the Commonwealth. And I'm just wondering, are we fully in compliance with that at this moment? Are we up to speed with that, Nick?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, you know, just in terms of, again, it's about revenue and where we can get money. You know, we have this issue with liens on property in the city for you know, code enforcement, and we don't have an integrated system with the Registry of Deeds, so that when our code enforcement people go out to put a lien on a property, they're barred by the court from putting a lien on the property because we don't have up-to-date property ownership information. So I'm just wondering, like, just to make sure that your department is fully funded to the level it needs to be able to comply with this sort of the state standard, but also to get past some of these roadblocks we have at the local level to enforce liens on delinquent properties, and just trying to bring some money in, but it also means that we have up-to-date information about recent changes in ownership, the cost of what the property was sold for, and all of that helps with assessing, but also helps with other city departments.
No, thank you so much for the questions and the consideration, Councillor. I don't think I could possibly agree with you more. I do think that my department does a lot of work to kind of maintain data to the highest and most accurate standard that we can get. I think that our abatement counts are honestly kind of a testament to that. And the process that we have in getting our values approved with the state every year goes very smoothly. I think in a huge part, and thanks and gratitude to the team that I have and the systems and services that we use to kind of get the job done. I think right now we're kind of where we need to be for what our job is, and I'm appreciative to the council and the city for giving us the support so that we can do the important work that we do.
Very good. And again, you know, we need to know if you're not able to meet the standard because you don't have the infrastructure, the data management systems, and the digital parcel standard to meet that standard that's applied across the state. So, and then I think that's really all I had. I'm just wondering, is your system integrated with the Registry of Deeds, Suffolk County Registry of Deeds? So that when you know the value of a recent change in ownership and the value of a property that is sold for?
So we have some integration with the registry. It's not an automated system. So I think part of the code enforcement issue that you're talking about is that we as a department have a very specific objective, which is identifying ownership on a particular day and time. And it's always backwards looking. And so when we're trying to achieve our objectives of doing that, and then other services are looking to use our data, there are limitations in what they can glean from our data. So because it doesn't serve us to have like immediate daily updated ownership information, we have what we need to do our function, but then it can make it hard for other people to look to our data as a primary source of information, because if you're looking at our data, you're looking at who owned a thing at a very particular moment in time and not who owned it yesterday.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I think I've run out of time.
You have. I'm sorry, Councilor Brereton.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Weber.
Thank you, Chair. Just zooming out a little bit. So the commercial property taxes we collect, that where does that money go?
All of our property tax revenue goes into our city's general fund.
Okay. And that's, so if we're talking about the school budget, all that comes from the general fund.
Our 4.6, what was the last year, 4.2, that's all billion-dollar budget that is supported in large part by property tax.
Okay. And do we have, I know we have like a 5-year capital budget plan. Do we have a multi-year operational budget plan?
So we do publish every fall a 2-year forecast that I can happily send to you. Of course, we in finance and in budget are kind of constantly updating and refreshing based on new information. We try and update our forecasts as often as we can to help guide decision making. But in terms of what we publicly produce, we publish a 2-year look every fall, and I'd be happy to send that to you.
Yeah, I guess it just, Chief, is that standard for cities, or do they have longer, shorter projections?
Yeah, I don't know if there's sort of a universal standard. The city I came from before had a 5-year plan. We do too here, with some sort of attempt at more long-term forecasting internally. Of course, the further out you go, the less accurate it gets, right? So we try and strike the balance of like what feels reasonable, and at a certain point you're kind of guessing, and but that's again why you're sort of updating as frequently as you can. And I think if you're at least looking 2 years ahead, you're being responsible in sort of managing decision making.
Okay, and does the city have data on sort of the finances of our largest commercial property landlords? Like I have no sense of are they operating on a thin margin, or what in terms of profits we're looking at. I mean, we talk about them paying more in taxes, but I just don't know what that means for their bottom line. Is that even something we should be talking about?
Nick, do you want to say a little bit about the data you collect each year?
Yeah, no, thank you so much for the question, Counselor. It's an interesting one. So we don't really get into like their financial liquidity, which I think is what your question was kind of getting at a little bit, right? Like where they would have the ability to kind of weather an increase. I feel like it's kind of important to note that the tool that we're proposing and kind of what we crafted is really about working around the edges. It's not about dramatically increasing costs upon commercial property. Like we do not want to push anyone to breaking. Like that's really not the point. And really what we're trying to do is to make sure that because of the current system, residential properties don't get pushed to some sort of breaking point. Where we are talking about a potential decrease in commercial values, the increases in the tax rate would still make it so that if your value drops significantly, then the increased tax rate, you're still going to end up paying less next year than you would have this year. So it's not meant to increase costs. It's just that their costs would not go down to the same extent as they might under the current system. Again, to kind of give that cushion to residential properties so that they can adjust their budgets over time and have that increase come in over a period of years as opposed to all at once with 30 days to pay a bill.
Okay, Chair. I don't know. You could cut me off.
Thank you. Yeah, you just hit it 4. Thank you so much, Councilor Weber. All right, putting 4 minutes for me. So there's been a lot of talk about smaller property owners or smaller commercial property owners. I had talked to some folks in the administration about an exemption and/or carve out for certain protections for smaller commercial property owners. I know that we collect a certain level of data, but my concern really is for the Class B and C folks, folks that have one commercial property, a small restaurant in East Boston or Mattapan, or somebody mentioned, I think it was Councilor Mejia, a barber shop. What was the consideration given to provide this sort of carve out for smaller commercial property owners? And yeah, why don't we just start with that in your response to that?
No, thank you for the question, Councilor Coletta. So for small commercial property owners, we do currently have a system in place. It's related to personal property, but it does kind of address the small businesses that you are speaking to directly. So all businesses within Boston, and there are a whole bunch of rules around this, so I'm going to try not to get too deep into the weeds here. But basically, all businesses have this requirement to do a filing every year and pay us a commercial property tax rate on the stuff that they have. So like computers, ovens, chairs, things like that. There are tweaks depending on the business type. So LLCs pay taxes on different things than corporations do, which pay different taxes on things than, say, a sole proprietorship would. Putting that aside, system that we have in place that the city has opted into, so it's not a requirement of the law, but something that we chose to do, is that any small business that has taxable personal property that is worth $10,000 or less does not have a filing requirement with the city, and so then they don't end up paying that commercial tax rate on their personal property. That excludes, I think last time I checked, it was like 3,000 or 4,000 businesses in the city that were then basically exempted, in essence, from having to pay this property tax. That is the main tax program we have that directly provides assistance to small business.
Thank you.
Yep, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to abide by my own rules here. So we definitely don't have that level of nuance and data, right, with class B and C at all, right? That's not something that is in your database.
So we have data on types of property. We don't have data on like specific tenants of the property.
Okay.
So we get some information that we have to keep confidential from businesses, but we don't have like publicly available records about like what tenant is in what space.
Okay, and I would guess the same because I've tried to reach out to some smaller commercial property folks and just understand like what their lease structure is, because I'm learning about gross leases and triple net leases. Triple net leases is where the lessee is responsible for the property taxes, and the gross lease is one where the landlord is responsible. I worry with this legislation that it is a blanket approach, and a hammer is pejorative. I understand that this is well-intentioned, but I feel like it is a hammer where we really need a scalpel to get a little bit more nuance with some of the smaller commercial folks. And so, I mean, we don't have any data when it comes to like who has a gross lease or a triple net lease. It's not something that's in our database.
Not in the level that, so not consistently from business to business. So it very much depends on what the property owners submit to us is one issue. And then the information that we receive from property owners, we're obligated to keep confidential by statute. So it's not something that I can publicly share or share with the council.
Is there anything that we talked about carrots and sticks earlier? Is there anything that we can do to incentivize property owners, say with a triple net lease, to come forward to self-identify and say, because their lessees are going to be responsible for the increase in property taxes, it's in their lease. What can we do to ensure that that cost is actually not passed down or it's offset somewhere else? And it's been brought up before, but we really do need an offset for the amount of taxes that are going to go up, especially for these people that have this triple net lease.
No, that's a really interesting question, Councillor. I think unfortunately my answer would be that I don't know that there's a solution to the kind of problem that you're proposing. So even if we gathered a bunch of information from landlords directly and they're willing to publicly share that about their leases, we have no ability to control whether the lease they have in place with a tenant is the same lease that they have in place tomorrow. And so when we're talking about taxes, we control who our interaction is with the people that are responsible for paying. And so the people that are ultimately responsible for paying are the landowners. and the property owners themselves. And so like the failure to pay taxes means that liens go on those properties, and then, long down the road, those properties might be taken by the city. And so that's how the tax system is set up for the entire Commonwealth, not just for Boston, right? And so because of that, the way that all of our statutes are geared is it's very much about dealing directly with the property owners and not dealing with those end tenants that either directly or indirectly have some responsibility for those costs, right? So even if you have a modified gross where you're not paying property taxes, your rent level is still acknowledging those overall costs. And so it kind of gets baked in there one way or another, the same way where a residential property isn't going to pay taxes as part of their lease explicitly, but their rent level is governed by the costs of that apartment building and the costs of the apartment owner, right? Yeah. And so there's no like easy way to that I'm aware of to identify the nuance that you're talking about.
Okay, I mean, this triple net lease issue is a problem for me. Like maybe it's on the back end, although that's not like ideal, is where somebody who has a triple net lease with their landlord who's already locked in for 5 years, 10 years, they come forward and they say, what can I get out of this where it would offset the amount of property taxes that I'm legally obligated to pay, since my landlord is not, no matter who my landlord is, if it's one of the largest taxpayers in the city. So I'm wondering if we could just look into that, and would love some sort of solution for that.
And Counselor, if I can just chime in here on this piece, I think kind of stepping back, our main objective here is to make sure that things kind of feel the same, that taxes feel the same as they normally would, right? And so we've talked a little bit this afternoon about assessed values going up, and so your taxes kind of go up anyway because your assessed values are going up. So there's that dynamic to think about. So kind of some certain taxpayers are sort of expecting, year over year your taxes go up because your assessed value is going up. But we also have this dynamic where for particular commercial properties, values are going to go down, and so that's going to mean that your taxes could be going down year over year, right? So it's a little hard to kind of like say with specificity sort of like how that's going to work out for everyone. But I think again why this tool is essential, because it gives us that ability to do that fine tuning, so that kind of like year on year things are kind of feeling the same as they normally would. And I know that doesn't provide like a ton of comfort and certainty to folks, but that is genuinely what we are seeking here with this tool, is to give ourselves that flexibility so things are feeling as normal as possible and not having these, dramatic swings on either side.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. All right, we're gonna go to, so those folks who signed up to testify, right now we have 3 folks on the list. And again, if you would like to testify, please contact Megan, Meghan.Kavanaugh, Kava. Oh, I'm doing this from memory. Why don't I wait on that? I don't want to get it wrong. So we'll go to Marty Walls, from the interim president from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau. We also have Gregory Vassell, who's the CEO of Greater Boston Real Estate Board. Bart Mitchell, CEO and president of the Community Builders. And then I will circle back with how to testify in email, the correct email in the middle. I'm going to ask the administration to stay, and my counselors, if you want to wait for your 3rd round of questions after we hear from some of these industry experts and whoever else joins us, if you want to ask the questions of those folks that I mentioned as well as the administration, please feel free to do so. We'll hold the 3rd round of questioning before then. We'll hold the 3rd round of questioning until after that. So do we have Marty Walls, Greg Vassell, and Bart Mitchell in with us?
Yes, Counselor, this is Marty Walls. I'm with you.
Okay, thank you so much, Marty, for being here. Why don't you go first? You have about 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. For those who don't know me, my name is Marty Walls. I'm the interim president of the Boston Municipal Research Bureau. So I'm going to provide some preliminary remarks this afternoon, and then we will follow up with more information in writing to the members of the council. A couple of people have touched on a point that I wanted to start with, but I want to emphasize that We all know the pandemic and the fact that large numbers of us are working on hybrid schedules has been a shock to our economic system. That's a given. But what I think is worth emphasizing is that this is probably not a typical economic cycle where prices and values go up, they go down, and they're going to come back up again in a reasonably predictable way. We're in a new world, and it's likely that we're never going to go back to the way our work life was back in 2019. And as a result, we very well may be in a structural change in the market, not a traditional economic cycle. So I think of this in shorthand as this is structural, not cyclical. So I think that's just an important thing to keep in mind as we're trying to assess what are the things we ought to be doing in response to this kind of a change. So the lessons learned from the past, unfortunately, may not be as instructive as we would like, because we've never been through anything like this. So as we're thinking about the current challenge, we want to learn from the lessons of the past, of course, but I worry that we're going to lean too heavily on those lessons. 2024 is not 2004. So I want us to see the similarities to what happened then, but also understand the differences so that the solution to what ails us today is really crafted for today. So we at the Research Bureau support a comprehensive and balanced approach to all this that we are adapting to. And we agree that it's very prudent to consider the impact of increases on residential property owners as well as renters, because as we've talked about, they may be facing higher rents as landlords pass on their higher costs. But we also think it's equally important to consider the impact of this proposal on commercial property owners and to explore how the city could cushion that impact. Because there will be people who will pay less in taxes if this proposal is adopted, pay less than they're going to pay this year. But let's understand that if this proposal passes and rates increase, there will be commercial property owners who pay more in taxes than they are paying this year. So it's difficult. We've spent several hours thinking about just how difficult this is to predict. But I think we should be clear, there will be property owners who will pay more. And some of those may be small businesses and some of them may be large businesses. But I think we should be forthright about the impact that this may have. Now, the comparison to 2004 is interesting because we did bounce back because that was a more traditional economic cycle than what we're probably in right now. So for us, the question at hand is how the fundamental change in where so many of us work will affect the long-term prospects of commercial real estate. So is today more like 2004, when a rebound was highly likely? The fundamentals were strong, even if we were in a down cycle. The question I think we need to ask ourselves today is if something is different today than it was then, and how does that affect our thinking? The second point I want to make is to talk about how this relates to the proposed FY25 budget. And some folks have already commented around expenses. And I want to make a note that when we did this the last time, 20 years ago, before Mayor Menino brought his classification proposal forward, he had made notable cuts in spending. Those types of spending reductions have not taken place to date. So Mayor Wu's proposed FY25 budget proposes a 7% increase, putting aside the creation of the planning department so that we're comparing FY24 to FY25, it's a proposed 7% increase. So I'm not here today to advocate that big budget cuts should be made. But increasing taxes at the same time there are notable increases in spending is sending a message about a lack of fiscal restraint. There is no message around shared sacrifice. The message from this proposal is essentially a message of selective sacrifice. Certain people are going to be asked to pay more. So as we dig into the classification proposal and the proposed FY25 budget, I want to share with you 3 questions we at the Research Bureau are thinking about. First question is, should spending increase 7% in FY25? When asked about, quote, belt tightening, or what we would call budget cuts, Mayor Wu was quoted in Commonwealth Beacon as saying, our belts are already very tight. So one question we want to ask is, are there truly no areas where spending can be reduced? The second question that we want to ask is, should the city increase the tax levy by the maximum amount permissible under Prop 2.5? So that's a choice the city's making, and we think it's worth asking if that is a wise choice under the current circumstances. And the third question I want to leave you with is consistent with the idea that we're experiencing a structural change rather than a cyclical one. And some of you have touched on this already, which is, what happens if several years from now, commercial property values continue to lag while residential property values keep increasing? Will we be once again seeking to cushion the shock of higher taxes on homeowners? And to avoid that distinct possibility, what strategies should the city be deploying? And again, some have already touched on it today, which is, we could pursue strategies to diversify the city's revenue so it's not so dependent on property taxes. It could be pilot payments. We've talked about interest earned. Those are more at the margins. We think there's an opportunity here to take a broader and bigger picture around revenue diversification that could have a more fundamental impact on our revenue mix. We are happy to be part of that and be thought partners with you. There are some constraints, of course, but maybe we should be thinking about bolder, more creative changes. It may require a home rule petition, but now is the time to, yes, be looking at the smaller items relative to the overall budget, but it's also a time to start thinking about bigger and broader ideas for revenue diversification. So lots of work to be done there, but we think this is a great time to be having that conversation. So I will just sum up in saying, in 2004, there was a reasonable expectation that the real estate market would rebound. Right now, the outlook is not so clear. So there's a temporary change in classification being proposed here, but some of this is we have to hope the market will recalibrate and rebound in 5 years, but we all know hope is not a budget strategy. So we hope the Wu administration and the city council will take action now to assure the delivery of city services is done efficiently and in a cost-effective manner. This includes things like paying special attention in upcoming collective bargaining negotiations to find productivity and operational efficiencies. And it also includes the school department focusing on controlling costs. When the BPS budget was proposed in February, a staff member acknowledged to the school committee that the budget was, quote, unsustainable. So we know changes have to get made to that budget along with the number of schools, and we have to bring this into alignment with the number of students. So there are things that we can be doing now and should be doing now as we're thinking not just in the near term, but also in the long term. So we know this is a multidimensional problem, and it's certainly going to require more than a change in classification to solve it. Councilor Coletta, you mentioned that it would be a suite of options. We agree. We think it is going to take a suite of options to address this both in the short term and in the long term. So we'll be submitting more in writing, but I wanted to just thank you for the opportunity to testify and that we look forward to working with you in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marty, and thank you to the Boston Municipal Research Bureau for everything that you folks do over there. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Greg Vassell, if he's on the line. we have Mr. Vassal here? Okay, we do. Welcome, Mr. Vassal. Please, I apologize if I'm not saying your last name correctly. Please introduce yourself and your affiliation.
Thank you, Councilor. My name is Greg Vassal, and I'm the CEO of the Greater Boston Real Estate Board. You know, it was interesting. I was listening to all the comments and all the questions from the councilors today, and then the things that Marty just covered from the Municipal Research Bureau. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the comments that I had prepared, and I'm going to sort of look at this from a little bit of a different perspective. First thing is, how did we get here? And I think the answer really is supply and demand. On the residential side, it's really not an issue because we don't have enough housing. So it is supply constrained and there's tremendous demand. So values are going to be high, and I think they're going to still remain high, whatever we do in the future. Boston's going to continue to see its property values on the residential side increase just because there's not enough housing. And it's not just a Boston issue, it's a regional issue. Also, when you ask the question, how did we get here? It's not because of the current administration. This is an issue that's been building over a long period of time. And that BPI study basically shows that Boston has become more reliant on property taxes. Unfortunately for the mayor, this sort of has manifested itself now and it has to be dealt with. But it wasn't of their creation. And then we look at the commercial real estate market. So it's difficult. Sometimes people think of commercial real estate and they think of big office towers, you know, gleaming glass buildings with marble and, you know, shiny and new. And that's not necessarily what Boston is. Boston's sort of a blend of new buildings and old buildings. And when I describe a commercial building to people, I like to think of it as a box. And the value of that box is by how much revenue that box can generate in terms of rent. So if it's a big, shiny new box, it's going to generate a lot more new revenue. But if it's some of our older buildings, as we've heard talked about it at this hearing, the Class B and C stuff, you think of Downtown Crossing in the Ladder District, some of these old buildings that were built in the turn of the century, some of the stuff towards the end of State Street, and those have sort of a different market. And if you looked at that market on January 1st of 2020, it would be really different than it is today post-pandemic. And we've talked about that. Companies are seeing young people or people not wanting to come in the office every day. So it's hard to get good staff to come in and work for organizations because they don't want to be there 5 days a week. So on the commercial side, you've got these different assets. And what we're seeing is there's what's called in the industry a flight to quality. As leases turn over and companies decide where they go next, they realize that they can move to that shiny office building, that office tower, and leave some of those older Class B and Class C buildings because rents are different, because there's more incentives by the owners of those new buildings to get them in. So we're seeing that, and what it leaves behind is B and C assets that are really struggling and not wanting to lose tenants. We see that all the time. I'd like to commend the city for their efforts to convert office buildings to residential. I think that's a great approach. We've talked to our members about that, and a lot of our members have said, if we could do this, we'd already start in the process to do that. It's very difficult for that to happen in many buildings. Some will amend themselves perfectly to it, but I think the vast majority probably will not. But anywhere we can, that will be great. The one caution I have on conversion from office to residential is you're going to change the tax rate. So I would be willing to guess that it's not going to be a revenue neutral deal, whereas a commercial building will be paying differently than a residential building. So, I mean, but that's down the road. I just wanted to flag that as one particular thing for us to look at. I'd like to also pick up a little bit on Councilor Mejia's question on what does this mean for some businesses. And we've sort of talked about the tenants, but I think what we're not really focusing on are the jobs that could be lost here. When you have commercial office buildings, there are a tremendous number of service jobs that go into servicing that building. whether it be cleaning contracts, painters, electricians, plumbers, exterior, capital maintenance. All this stuff has to constantly be done in commercial buildings. And especially in the environment and the weather that we have here in Boston, you see a lot of old buildings and they have scaffolding up because they have to have the skin redone, they have to have the roof redone. It happens all the time. If you have less cash flow coming into these buildings because rents are down, because property taxes, the profile has changed, these entities will be cash poor and cash strapped, which is going to lead to less money to do the improvements that they're going to need to help the tenants that they do have enjoy their stay in the building. But also, it's going to lead to less money back into the economy because those companies that service those buildings are not going to be able to get those jobs. We see this time and again, and some of these companies, many of these companies are union companies. So you may not be that far down the road that you hear from unions saying, hey, I'm losing some of my jobs in the city because these buildings aren't being serviced the way that they have been in the past. If I had a crystal ball, I would be very concerned about the future and what I'm looking at in terms of my commercial vacancy in Boston. And I think it was Councilor Weber that sort of raised this issue. It's really hard to say, but I think a lot of it will depend on what the administration and what you all do as elected officials. Do people want to continue to have their businesses in Boston? Do they want to come here? Do they want to stay here? We're looking at, we need to make up the revenue, and I get it because of police, fire, schools, everything. But Boston has to be a place that's attractive, a place that people want to go to. We can't just assume that in this post-COVID world, people will always come to Boston. Things change. The world has changed. COVID has taught us that we don't have to be in the office every day. Maybe COVID has taught us we don't need to be in Boston every day. We may need to be somebody else or could be somewhere else. As a fiduciary of a company, you look at your bottom line and say, can we be as productive and profitable as a company and not pay this extra money in rent? I think that's what we're seeing right now. What I would like to strongly...
Give you one more minute, sir. Thank you.
And I'll be done, I promise, Councilor. What I would like to strongly recommend is that the council think of holding a listening session and invite the people from Tufts University in to talk about their perspective about Boston property taxes. We've heard from the administration and you've heard from the industry, and they're an academic institution. I think it'd be really useful. They may have some thoughts and ideas that we didn't cover, or they can maybe talk about things differently than us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vasso. Okay, we have Mr. Bart Mitchell from the Community Builders. He's still on. And I neglected to mention the way to testify, although I did in the beginning of this hearing. It is to email Megan, MEGHAN Kavanaugh, KAVANAGH @boston.gov. Do we still have a Mr. Bart Mitchell on the line?
He signed off.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Anybody else that signed up for public testimony?
Nope, it doesn't look like it.
Okay. We'll go to the third round of questions, should my colleagues have them. And I think I'll make this cycle a little bit more lax. If you have any additional questions, please raise your hand. And I'm looking at the full screen now. I'll see who's raised in the order. Okay, I see Councilor Louis Jean with her hand raised. Anybody else? Councilor Santana. So we'll go to Councilor Louis Jean, Councilor Santana. All right, Councilor Louis Jean, why don't you start? And if folks have additional questions, they can chime in.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta, and thank you to everyone who offered public testimony. Would I actually be interested? I think there was a colleague of mine that asked for data in comparison to what other cities in the Commonwealth are doing. And I love this information, and this is an ask through the chair to the administration to have an understanding of what similarly situated cities in the United States, you can pick 6. Comparing their tax structure, their revenue structure, right? We in the city of Boston, we are not alone in asking these questions of what the world, a hybrid world looks like, of what a world looks like where folks aren't going in. I think there's some stability in our economy that may separate us from other places, but I would still like to see that comparison to other big cities. What have we seen other big cities doing in this moment as they adapt to this reality? And even if you answer my question, I'd like to see some data. I, in my job as an at-large city councilor now, as a president of the Boston City Council, really do rely on a comparative lens to what other cities are doing, similarly sized, similarly situated. And so I'd love to get that. And I want to thank everyone who provided public testimony, because that also put sort of a heightened sense of we don't exist in a vacuum economically in terms of what's happening. And so I'd love to see that cross comparison to other big cities. Thank you. And
Thank you so much, Councillor.
If you know, I'm happy to hear you speak, but would love to have something given to us as councillors from your shops of doing a comparison to other cities.
To the administration, before you answer, just to acknowledge that, yes, Councillor Louis-Jean, we will get you through as chair. Every single request for information has been documented. We'll follow up to make sure that we got your request correctly. We'll send it through the committee and make sure that folks get it. I also want to thank Councillor Braden for providing this information through her data requests. I also asked for information which outlines all the taxpayers in the city of Boston that had an aggregate tax liability in excess of 15 million. So I'll send that over. So we'll make sure it's a nice and packaged slate of information for everybody. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And thank you for that, Councilor Louis-Jean. Now I'll pass it over to the administration if you have any response.
I was just going to thank the councillor for the thoughtful request, and we'll work on it.
Okay, thank you so much. Councillor Santana?
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to first thank my colleagues for remembering the impacts to our residents and their questions. I really wanted to in particularly echo Councilor Worrell for asking about the impacts to our seniors. As the commissioner said, we need to make sure that we avoid pushing residents to the breaking point. And we know that 40% increases in taxes for our seniors will push some of our seniors who are on fixed incomes to the breaking point and to literally losing their homes and become homeless. And as I said in my opening statement, there are already troubling increases in senior homelessness in Boston. It's already roughly doubled from 2017 to 2023. So I'm definitely very mindful of how we're going to address that, both potentially with this legislation and also with the provision that's in the real estate transfer fee home rule petition that the council passed in 2022. And the state legislator is currently considering. A few weeks ago, the council passed a resolution reaffirming support for that real estate transfer fee and senior property tax relief legislation. And I just wanted to say again, as I did when introducing that resolution, that I'm thankful for our state legislator for their work and grateful for Speaker Mariano and Chair Michaelwicz for their openness to thoroughly considering that legislation. That could provide a new revenue source to reduce our reliance on property taxes, and the senior property tax relief could help protect our seniors for increased costs and homelessness. I just have one question for this round. In the slides that the administration has provided, there's a slide that I don't think was shown during the opening statements. It shows the property taxes collected by comparison to the ceiling of how much we're willing to collect in taxes. It looks like the ceiling is over $2 billion higher than we actually collect. Can you pull that slide up and talk a little bit about how the total taxes collected compared to that ceiling?
Sure, and sorry if that was part of it. It's not bad that it was part of it, but I took it out just because we didn't get into, we didn't have time to talk about the dynamic between the levy ceiling and the levy limit. So Nick, do you want to give like a quick explainer on the levy ceiling and levy limit?
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for the question, Councillor. what that slide was showing was basically, so the CFO and I have been talking throughout this hearing about how this is a revenue neutral proposal, and it's not something that is designed to get the city more money. And this is not, the situation we're currently facing is not a situation where we feel like if this is not passed, we're not going to lose revenue. And so what that slide is demonstrating is there is a provision in the state laws that basically limit how much you can tax property. It's part of the whole Proposition 2.5 package of laws. And so in that provision, you cannot tax all property collectively at a higher rate than 2.5% of the value of all property. And so that amount is the levy ceiling. And so what that slide is demonstrating is how far property value would have to fall before we actually had a revenue issue because of property tax. And so it is a extraordinarily dramatic amount that we do not see happening in the near or long-term future. And so that's really what that was showing, was that this is not a revenue problem. It's more about, it's an allocation problem.
Great, thank you. And just want to thank you, Commissioner, and you, Chief, and for your time here today. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Santana. We have Councilor Fitzgerald and then Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question. I know that, Ashley, you guys had done some presentations. I know that the South End community told us about a presentation on this tax classification out in the neighborhoods. I was just wondering, because I know the councilors, I don't think were invited. I don't know if any of my other colleagues were, but how many of those were held in what neighborhoods, and what is the feedback you got from those meetings?
Yeah, so we did over the last week or so, kind of large Zoom meetings with a couple of neighborhood associations across the city. So we had a large meeting last week with neighborhood associations and a couple of folks, Main Street's business directors. And again, as I mentioned, earlier, what we're really trying to do is kind of help explain how this tool works, because it is really complex. And I think there's also, unfortunately, a lot of confusing information out there about what the decline of commercial values means for the city. And so we have been doing a lot of work over the last couple of weeks since we rolled this out to get out to as many people as possible and invite a broad swath of the city to come together and in the most efficient way over Zoom to explain the tool, how it works, and kind of the next steps as we move forward with this legislation.
Thanks. So how many in total how many other of these larger Zoom meetings were held?
Yeah, I can get you kind of exact numbers. Like I said, we had kind of a large one last week, or a couple last week, so I can give you, follow up with you on some specifics. Some Nick has been to, some I have been to, so we've been sort of dividing and conquering over the last couple of weeks that we've been trying to explain this to folks.
So I would just like to say, it would have been nice to have, if the councils were told, just so we could hear from our constituents on this issue, it would have been a great opportunity. But in the future, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. Councilor Mejia.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to those folks who have already chimed in. And I do want to uplift again the overall workforce development, and I really do appreciate the comments in regards to everyone is going to feel the crunch here, and I just think that it's really important for us to continue to drum that beat, right? And I also want to just uplift and go on record. My council colleague Aurora asked questions around our seniors, and what we don't want to do, y'all, and what we shouldn't be doing is getting into the habit of pitting different groups against each other in regards to how we get to meet a moment, right? I feel like this could be perceived as pitting one group against the other, which I'm sure that's not the administration's intent, but it really makes it really difficult for us, right? Because then it comes back to the council, and we already know the makeup of the council. We already know what we're dealing with here. And so, like, this whole idea that the council, has a say, I feel like if that were the case, then to my colleague's comment, Councilor Fitzgerald, why weren't we invited to those meetings, right? If we're really serious about collaboration and we're having to explain and then being the face of this, once we make a decision that's going to impact our constituents, then we're the ones who are going to have to bear the brunt and carry the cross here based on the things that we're doing, right? So I just want to be really clear that we have to change the way we are operating, and we have to really start thinking about how we're moving more collaboratively, how we're creating spaces outside of these public hearings to be in community with stakeholders, because I just don't feel like, I'm not sure if this is going to take 17 hours and this is going to be another marathon, finish line here. I don't know what the game plan is and how we're going to go about it, but I'm just curious, Chair, what's the lifeline on this? How quickly are we going to move all of this? What does that look like? Just so that I can brace myself for another marathon here.
It'll take us as long as it requires. I think this one doesn't have a 60-day order on it, unlike the last one. So I would like to pose a question to the administration, like what is the ideal timeline for you? Not like that influences our decision on how to move forward, but like in a perfect world, how quickly would you like this to move, and or what is the preferred timeline?
So speaking somewhat generally, kind of in why we moved when we moved, we're kind of trying to work around the state's legislative timeline and our tax rate setting timeline. And so in order to have this tool in place for ourselves when we are setting tax rate at the end of this year, we are mindful that legislation needs to go up and move by July 31st up at the state level while they're in formal session. So we were sort of orchestrating around needing to move in time to meet their timeline so that it can work for our timeline.
So thank you for that. And I'm just curious, I'm going to keep going back to the water holes that just keeps coming at the council here, where it's like a tsunami here right now. But I'm just curious about, I'd like more financial impact. I'd love to hear, Nick, maybe perhaps you might be able to provide some insight in terms of what financial impact this will have on the workforce, if any. Can you just, I don't think I've ever heard, or if you did answer it, it didn't really stick to me in a way that satisfies my curiosity. Having worked in the workforce development space and having been an entrepreneur, I know all of these things really impact the bottom line, and everyone is going to feel the crunch. So I'm just curious, do you have any financials, like outlooks, and how this might trickle down to folks who need to pay rent?
I appreciate the question, Counselor. I just want to make sure that I'm not missing part of the question. If you're talking about city revenue and city budget, whether this passes or not, will not have an impact on the city budget and city revenue. So that's one aspect that you might have been asking about. If you're talking about the impact on the commercial markets and commercial taxpayers, then I think that in essence, the way that we crafted the tool is to create a situation where if you have a property value drop, then that should more than offset the potential increase from the tax rate change. But as Marty Walls had mentioned earlier, if you are doing well and you are a brand new Class A office building, then there is likely to be a modest increase in your property taxes as a result of this.
Then the last question that I have, do we have any numbers in terms of if our big institutions, the ones that are occupying all of our spaces, if you had to put a dollar amount in increasing their property values, what would that look like? I'm looking at Harvard, BU, Northeastern, and maybe let's just throw in the hospitals while we're at it. Just give me can we, through some other means, because that's what we're trying to do, is find a way where everyone feels like everyone is carrying the brunt of this. What would that look like, Nick?
To be honest, it's not something that I've done the math on, because that would, and I fully understand that what we're talking about is proposing a change in legislation, and so what you're talking about is proposing a different change in legislation, right? Like, what if we taxed exempt institutions, and what would that have to look like to kind of create a balance here? It's not something that it's not something that I've done math on, and it's the reason that sorry, I didn't mean to talk over your counselor. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. But I just think that, if we're really serious about and Marty mentioned it earlier, if we're really serious about that, in terms of being creative and meeting the moment, why not be creative and find something that we all have been screaming about? It's these pilot taxes. Why not go to something that might be a little bit harder, but could have more of an impact and could satisfy a lot of the issues that we have been struggling with here in the city of Boston? Why go to what we've done in 2023? I mean, why go back when we can be really forward thinking here? Well, can you just help me understand that? I'm having a hard time understanding why we can't.
No, I do appreciate that question, Counselor. I think a big part of the reason that we're looking at the 2003 legislation is, one, it can give people comfort when we're talking about not just kind of moving this through the council, but also potentially moving it through the state legislature if it gets through the council, in that this was a thing that happened before and did not cause the harm that a lot of people are very much concerned about it causing. And so part of the reason that we're trying to mirror that language is to kind of give some people certainty on what otherwise kind of feel like unanswerable questions. And so that doesn't mean that it's not worth looking at other avenues and other solutions, but we're trying to do something in a very time-sensitive manner so that we don't end up in a situation where January comes and our residents have to figure out how to pay dramatic increases in taxes in 30 days. We're trying to balance that concern, but then also have this tool available to us to kind of ease that in over time. And so not only correct for that immediate problem, but then kind of adjust going forward, which isn't to say that, your potential solutions and other solutions aren't worth thinking about, but it's trying to figure out how do we deal with the immediate problem on the horizon, but then also plan towards a future and a rejiggering for tomorrow. One of the things that has come up a lot that I think is really interesting is the idea of revenue diversification. One of the things that comes up often is that our property taxes have increased as a portion of our budget over time, and it's more and more and more property taxes. And diversification has come up like it's going to be a solution to that. When this problem happened before in 2003, property taxes were around half of the budget. And so there were a lot more diverse revenue sources at that point in time, but it doesn't actually alleviate the problem that we're facing, because the problem that we're facing is very much tied into kind of how this shift gets allocated, and it's not a city revenue issue, even though it sounds like it's a city revenue issue because it's talking about taxes. It's really it's an allocation problem.
All right, Nick, I appreciate it. Chief, you held it down here today. I don't give a lot of compliments, but you're in the hot seat here, and our job is to allowing us to do just that. And thank you. And I'm hoping as we continue to shepherd this process that you guys don't forget that we are a body of 13. And so if you're having anything out in these streets, you should let us know so that we can help amplify, right? Because you just don't want the usual suspects to keep showing up, right? You want to make sure that you are being super intentional about your communication and your engagement strategy. So I just want to raise my hand up to let you know that I'm here for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. I just want to check in with Megan if anybody else has signed up for public testimony.
Nope, no one else.
Okay, I do just want to ask like one quick question too. I mean, you all have been going out there and touting this and selling it in a way. Who are your supporters? Simple question. Who are the biggest supporters of this?
Yeah, so when we rolled this out, I think at the end of March now at this point, I think we had some representation from some, resident groups, affordable housing developers or affordable housing associations. And again, really at the root of this is affordability, residential affordability. So I think, resident associations, affordable housing developers, people who are kind of impacted on the housing side have been along for the ride with us and understand the benefit of this proposal.
Okay. And then we still, there's a lot of talk about getting this in before July 31st in the state legislature. I just want to call it the fact I did ask for who the sponsors are, and I don't know if we have any, and/or in the next conversation, fully understanding what the pathway to passage is by July 31st, I think will be important. This is time sensitive. And so when we are being proactive, and so I think there needs to be a compelling case made to this timeline, this preferred timeline that you mentioned. But there will be additional conversations, and I really appreciate my colleagues for their requests, their questions. We will follow up individually with each one of you just to make sure that we're getting your information requests correct. We'll get that from the administration, and so that next time around, folks will have the information that they've asked for, and hopefully it'll further inform the conversation. I want to thank folks from the Boston Municipal Research Bureau and the Greater Boston Real Estate Board for their testimony. We also received written testimony, which should be available to you all in the folder that was sent by Megan. So please feel free and be sure to review that. Seeing that there is no additional public testimony, I will close this hearing. Again, just thank you, everybody. This will stay in committee for now. I'm sure we'll have more working sessions and/or hearings moving forward, which is a schedule that is to be determined. But for now, this hearing on docket 0642 is adjourned. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you.